Still just waiting for the single. Just kind of... hanging out. Waiting for the... Oh, now! Okay, yeah, okay. Go ahead and start the signal. The beacons are lit!
Sound the retreat.
But what about the king? Should we not...
Do as I command.
Pull out! All of you, let's move!
So, this scene and the bad tactics earlier deserve a negative. I'm sorry. It's arguably out of character for Logain. It's presented as if he's mwahaha evil, which he is not. It's legitimately stupid for him to have even done this, especially to have brought his entire army here and then turn around. And yet, even if you consider where he's going with this whole affair, it still doesn't make sense. The Logain we will see the entire rest of the game is a lot better of a character than this. Only we'd used actual tactics. That's an interesting statement, 040. But no. Because the problem here isn't just the fact that he's out of character, which obviously we can't really give a negative for. It's for the fact that he's a non-character. He's a Saturday morning cartoon villain. And then he's a character for the rest of the game. Sorry, Duncan. Oh, and we're dead. Okay, so, Dragon Age 2 is next, and this is appropriate, because during this battle, I believe, is when we're fleeing from the darkspawn, at the very beginning of Dragon Age 2. Oh, right. Morrigan.
Ah, your eyes finally open. Mother shall be pleased.
Could you give me my clothes back, please?
I am Morrigan, lest you have forgotten, and we are in the wilds, where I am bandaging your wounds. You are welcome, by the way. How does your memory fare? Do you remember Mother's rescue?
Giant dragon swooping in to save me? No, I don't remember that at all.
Mother managed to save you and your friend, though 'twas a close call. What is important is that you both live. The man who was to respond to your signal quit the field. The darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Your friend, he is not taking it well.
And neither am I. This is horrible.
Of that I have no doubt. Your friend has been inconsolable since Mother told him the news. He is outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you awoke.
Were my injuries severe?
Yes, but I expect you shall be fine. The darkspawn did nothing Mother could not heal.
Well, thank you for helping me.
You were welcome. Though Mother did most of the work, I am no healer.
I should go.
I will stay and make something to eat.
Can I please... Okay, clothing! Oh, thank God, clothing.
See, here is your fellow Grey Warden. You worry too much, young man.
You're alive. I thought you were dead for sure.
I'm fine. I appreciate your concern.
Oh, this doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower.
Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad.
I didn't mean... But what do we call you? You've never told us your name?
Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
The Flemeth? From the legends? Daveth was right. You're the Witch of the Wilds, aren't you?
And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you both well, has it not?
Why did you save us?
Well, we cannot have all the Grey Wardens dying at once, can we? Someone has to deal with these darkspawn. It has always been the Grey Warden's duty to unite the lands against the Blight. Or did that change when I wasn't looking?
I mean, the land is hardly united thanks to Loghain.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would he do it?
Now that is a good question. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the Blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true threat.
The Archdemon.
What is the Archdemon exactly?
It is said that long ago, the Maker sent the old gods of the ancient Banter Imperium to slumber in prisons deep beneath the surface. An archdemon is an old god awakened and tainted by darkspawn. Believe that or not, history says it's a fearsome and immortal thing, and only fools ignore history.
We should contact the rest of the Grey Wardens.
Kaelin already summoned them. They'll come if they can, but I expect Loghain has already taken steps to stop them. We must assume they won't arrive in time.
Will you help us fight this blight, Flemeth?
Me? I am just an old woman who lives in the wilds. I know nothing of blights and darkspawn.
Well, whatever Loghain's insanity, he obviously thinks the darkspawn are a minor threat. We must warn everyone this isn't the case.
And who will believe you? Unless you think to convince this Loghain of his mistake.
He just betrayed his own king. If Eamon knew what he did at Ostagar, he would be the first to call for his execution.
Eamon? Arla Redcliffe?
I suppose. Eamon wasn't at Ostagar. He still has all his men. And he was Kaelin's uncle. I know him. He's a good man, respected in the Landsmeet. Of course, we could go to Redcliffe and appeal to him for help.
I mean, surely there's someone else we could call on.
Of course! The treaties. Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight.
I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Eamon, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and build an army?
Worthy of Mordor? Isn't that what Grey Wardens do?
So you are set then, ready to be Grey Wardens.
Thank you for everything, Flemeth.
No, thank you. You are the Grey Wardens here, not I. Now, before you go, there is yet one more thing I can offer you.
The stew is bubbling, Mother dear. Shall we have 2 guests for the eve, or none?
The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining them.
Such a shame. What?
You heard me, girl. The last time I looked, you had ears. Ha ha!
I mean, thank you, but if Morrigan doesn't wish to join us...
Her magic will be useful. Even better, she knows the wilds and how to get past the Horde.
Have I no say in this?
You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives.
Alright, we'll take her with us.
Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate.
If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower.
Point taken.
Mother, this is not how I wanted this. I'm not even ready.
You must be ready. Alone, these two must unite for Eldon against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the blight. Even I.
I understand.
And you, Wardens. Do you understand? I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed.
She will not come to harm with us.
Allow me to get my things, if you please. I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens. I suggest a village north of the wilds as our first destination. 'Tis not far, and you will find much you need there. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours.
I mean, no, I'd rather you speak your mind.
You will regret saying that.
Dear, sweet mother, you are so kind to cast me out like this. How fondly I shall remember this moment.
Well, I always said, if you want something done, do it yourself. Or hear about it for a decade or two afterwards.
Do you really want to take her along because her mother says so?
Yeah.
I guess you're right. The Grey Wardens have always taken allies where they could find them.
I am so pleased to have your approval.
Do have a couple questions.
I may have answers. Ask.
Are you really Flemeth's daughter?
'Twas she who raised me, and thus I consider her my mother, born from her womb or not. 'Tis what you meant, yes?
Actually, yeah. I was just wondering about her age.
She would no more tell me than you, I assure you.
You ever been outside the wilds?
From time to time. I have been to the village I mentioned, watched its people, and pondered what curious beings they are. On occasion, I purchased goods from the village merchants. There I spoke with men a little. There they stared and knew me as an outsider. Mother wishes for me to expand the horizon of my experience beyond the wilds. Even she was not born here.
Right. Is this what you want?
What I want is to see mountains. I wish to witness the ocean and step into its waters. I want to experience a city rather than see it in my mind. So, yes, this is what I want. Actually, leaving is harder than I thought, however. Perhaps Mother is right. It must simply be done quickly.
Can you tell me anything about lothering?
'Tis a small place of little consequence called Lothering. No more than a stop along your imperial highway where travelers purchase goods from local farms and smiths. I would go more often were it not for the town's Chantry. It makes the village particularly intolerant and unpleasant for a stranger such as me.
A Chantry? And they never in all this time thought that maybe you were a witch?
Of course they have. They even called out their Templars once. They found nothing.
I mean, death. How are we going to get past the darkspawn?
The real question is how we are going to get your friend past the darkspawn, is it not?
That's true. We can sense the darkspawn. Conversely, they can sense us.
I don't sense any.
You won't right away. No. It takes time. We should be able to sneak past smaller groups, but larger ones, or particularly intelligent darkspawn, will always detect us.
Mother has given me something else for them to smell instead as we pass by. 'Tis important we head out of the wilds, however, not farther in.
Right. So the darkspawn are camped further into the forest?
They come from underground, like an eruption. They broke through deep within the forest, and that is where they will be most concentrated.
So what skills do you have?
I know a few spells, though I am nowhere near as powerful as Mother. I have also studied history and your Grey Warden treaties.
Can you cook?
I can cook, yes.
Then you could substitute for Alistair.
Right, my cooking will kill us. That's all I meant.
I also know at least 15 different poisons that grow right here in this marsh. Not that I would suggest 'tis at all related to cooking.
Right.
Farewell, Mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut.
Bah! 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut, swallowed up by the blight.
All I meant was...
Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear.
It is Dawn Trail. That was Dawn Treader, because that's what Valerian put it towards. Thank you, Catabo. As a reminder, you can put that towards up to 3 things, thanks to plural voting. But nevertheless, thank you. I will put that at least towards Dawn Trail. Good morning, Evo. Good morning, Walker. I have not Qualitas, no. Wait, the grass is strobing? Oh, it's because the light over there. Here, yeah. See, they're all kind of doing it. Okay. And now let's enter the third and final intro. Oh yeah, first time we get to see the overworld map. There is one and only one thing I like about this overworld map. It gets across the vague idea of what we're looking at with regards to Ferelden. You know, we got the forest over there, we got the ocean, we've got Denerim up there towards the top. There's Lothering, right along the western road. The northern road will be majority of what we use to travel. We got the mountains back here. There's Redcliffe and the castle. Hey, there's the tower in the middle of Lake Gallanad. There's a pass. We'll get to that later. There's the entrance to Orzammar up there, I'm pretty sure. It actually says west to Orlais and north to the Free Marches. So, yay, some degree of... I'm not going to give any positives for this, but it helps with regards to putting it all in my mind, because otherwise all of these zones are rather detached. So traveling on the overworld map involves doing this.
And I expect each of you to supply these men. We must rebuild what was lost at Ostagar, and quickly. There are those who would take advantage of our weakened state if we let them. We must defeat this darkspawn incursion, but we must do so sensibly and without hesitation.
Your lordship, if I might speak. You have declared yourself Queen Anora's regent, and claim we must unite under your banner for our own good. But what of the army lost at Ostagar? Your withdrawal was most... fortuitous.
Everything I have done has been to secure Ferelden's independence. I have not shirked my duty to the throne, and neither will any of you!
The Banon will not bow to you simply because you demand it.
Understand this. I will brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone.
Banter, please!
Your Majesty, your father risks civil war. If Eamon were here...
Banter, my father is doing what is best.
Did he also do what was best for your husband, your Majesty?
Three times in some cases, even.
Peasant creatures!
Well, okay.
Come now!
So this is happening now.
I unlock them! Let's make this quick, shall we? Show me what you got!
I haven't decided yet, Trihexia. We're kind of going elemental. Just for fun. And I wanted to do something other than Monoclash. You know, that's an interesting question, Evo, because on the one hand, the Darkspawn are clearly zombies, but on the other hand, the Darkspawn are clearly orcs. Something I've brought up every time I've streamed this game is, where the hell do they get their gear? Like, they clearly have some kind of smithing or something going on. Who's a good boy?
I think he was out there looking for you. He's chosen you. Mabari are like that. They call it imprinting.
Does this mean we're going to have this mangy beast following us about now? Wonderful.
He's not mangy.
I've always wanted a dog like this, which is a lie. How sapient are the Darkspawn? That's a good question. So, remember we talked yesterday about how the games, each game has been changing several things about the nature of how the setting works. Mostly under the hood stuff, but it does kind of change the specifics of how we can lore run the series. Since, you know, things like the Chantry, for example, function completely different, depend on which game we're playing. Well, this leads us immediately to the Darkspawn. Because who and what the Darkspawn are specifically varies a little bit. And that's actually all I'm going to say about that for the moment. On to lothering. Oh, and plus to story for Babylon 5 effect.
Wake up, gentlemen. More travelers to attend to. I'd guess the pretty one is the leader.
They don't look much like them others. You know, maybe we should just let these ones pass.
Nonsense. Greetings, travelers.
Highwayman, preying on those fleeing the Darkspawn, I suppose.
They are fools to get in our way. I say, teach them a lesson.
How is that any way to greet someone? A simple 10 silvers and you're free to move on.
You really should listen to your friend. We're not refugees.
What did I tell you? No wagons, and this one looks armed.
The toll applies to everyone, Henrik. That's why it's a toll, and not, say, a refugee tax.
Oh, right. Even if you're no refugee, you still gotta pay.
Nice skirt, by the way. I'm not paying you.
Well, I can't say I'm pleased to hear that. We have rules, you know.
Right. We get to ransack your corpse, then. Those are the rules.
Okay.
Well, this is going nowhere. Let's finish this, gents.
Sure thing. Listen. Were you born this stupid, or did you have to take lessons? Random curiosity, really.
And one shall stand. Let's get started.
All right, we surrender. We're just trying to get by before the darkspawn get us all.
Uh-huh. You're a criminal.
Yes, I'm a criminal. I admit it. I apologize.
I'm going to kill you now.
I'm not going down without a fight.
I mean, you say that, but... And he's dead.
And you shall obey. Let's get started.
So anyways... There's actually a decent number of lines that encounter can have. Thank you, Sean. Very much. Yeah, let's recruit the morons. It's not really a tow. We're robbing you, say. So that's going towards Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Oh, yeah, I heard about Sorkin, John. That sucked. I guess I'd say it still currently is in a state of suckitude.
Right.
There's an interesting question. If we give Morrigan spider shape, will she turn into
This
a
should be
rock?
easy enough. Let's get started.
Inventory's full. Right. So there's an inventory cap in this game. As you can see, it's 70 right there. We'll talk more about that in a bit. Because there's no weight. There's just inventory slots. There are bags you can buy, which increase that number. But that's kind of how they handle the limited inventory. So that's cool. What's really strange is, on the one hand, it's kind of cool because, you know, it's got stacking. Like you can have 14 health poultices. It only takes one slot, but, well, as you can see, this fills up pretty quickly because we're only at the intro town, the second intro town, or the third, depending on how you define it, and we're already capped. The game does give you a lot of loot, although most of it isn't gray crap.
There it is. Lothering. Pretty as a painting.
Ah, so you have finally decided to rejoin us, have you? Falling on your blade in grief seemed like too much trouble, I take it.
Is my being upset so hard to understand? Have you never lost someone important to you? Just what would you do if your mother died?
Before or after I stopped laughing.
Right, very creepy. Forget I asked.
What do you want to talk about, Alistair?
His navel, I suspect. He certainly has been contemplating it for long enough.
Oh, I get it. This is the part where we're shocked to discover how you've never had a friend your entire life.
I can be friendly when I desire to. Alas, desiring to be more intelligent does not make it so.
Anyway, I thought we should talk about where we intend to go first.
Well, I mean, treaties, obviously.
I agree. Have you looked at them?
Yeah.
There are three main groups that we have treaties for. The Dalish Elves, the Dwarves of Orzammar, and the Circle of Magi. I also still think that Highwayman is our best bet for help. We might even want to go to him first.
So, there's our little indication. You can actually do each of the major plot areas in pretty much whatever order. It's how the speedrun slams through this game so quickly. But the game does give you that little hint of, you should probably do Redcliffe first. Because Redcliffe is probably one of the earlier zones you really should do first. So, I like that. I'm with that. We are given the option, but we're given indication. Cool. Is there a way to contact the Grey Wardens?
Short of leaving for Eldon to seek them out, the only place to send word to would be Weishaupt Fortress. and that's thousands of miles away.
What do you think, Morgan?
Go after your enemy directly. Find this man Loghain and kill him. The rest of this business with the treaties can then be done in safety.
Yes, he certainly wouldn't see that coming, and it's not like he has the advantage of an army and experience and...
I was asked for my opinion and I gave it. If your wish is to come up with reasons why something cannot be done, we will stand here until the darkspawn are upon us.
Why are you leaving this up to me, Alistair?
Well, I don't know where we should go. I'll do whatever you decide.
Now that is unsurprising.
Our Leman is a good man, but I don't know for sure he's where we should go. I'm not going to fight about it.
Alright, let's get going.
Fair enough. Let's head into the village whenever you're ready.
But yes, to my knowledge, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, there is no level scaling other than random encounters, which isn't really level scaling. Which means each of these zones has their own relative level ranges. Now, the beginnings of each of these zones can be done at low level, but the end of each of these zones is not equal at all. Well, then we'd be doing a speedrun, Lotario, because that is what the speedrun does. It beelines for Denerim. Which question? No, I didn't see a question. Oh, there it is. When we're doing D&D or pen and paper, do you spend the first couple hours arguing about the rules? No. That's absolutely not. If I have players who are arguing about the rules, then I'm not going to be GMing for them anymore, to be very blunt about that. There's too little time in the world and too little interest, and I've been GMing for the better part of 33 years at this point. So, no. Yes, Evo. You can just... And, hey, Loghain. And, hey, Landsmeet. And, hey, we've got to do the final charge with what we've got. Oh, my God, the Darkspawn are attacking. The army's here. No. It's okay, we got this. Kill the Archdemon. Ugh. And there you go. There's your speed run. It's like 40 minutes, I think. Oh, hang on. Let me look that up. "23 minutes, excuse me. It's a little lower than I thought. There is a percentage, there's a category called All Treaties, which does each of the zones. That's the 40-minute one. That's the one I thought. There's also Max Quests, which like only has one runner, so they're technically the world record. Yay! I was going to talk about something. Oh, gosh. I should apologize in advance. I am sick today. I'm at the beginning stages of it. Sore throat, you know, kind of blurred. Kind of blurg. It's a good thing I'm playing this game. Could you imagine if I was playing Baldur's Gate 3 like this? Oh, God, kill me. Alright, Alright, so, get our cunning out. We're done with cunning. Perfect. Okay, so we're done paying the cunning tax. No, it's not a migraine. Trust me, I know exactly what migraines feel like. If I had a migraine, I would say, hey, guys, I have a migraine, and I would go lay down. You know, that's a good question, Blake Javal. I'm not sure. That's a good question. Let's go ahead and grab our other cone ability. And our first real AoE ability. This should also be over here. Hang on just a sec. So, this should be over here. I don't want... Yep, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Far. doing with you? I guess we're paying the cunning tax on you still. That would be nice. So we're going to start paying the cunning tax. That's already described. We're going to get a sub from Surf, which is always appreciated. That's That's going to be... we'll come back to that. Let's go ahead and get shield defense for now. We're also going to look at his gambits for just a second, because I want to make sure... Self, health, low, like really low. Use a friggin' potion. Least powerful. There we go. Cool. Boop. Thank you, Surf. Oh, wow, Jesse Ward. You should immediately give them your mother's maiden name and your social security number. You want to put that towards up to 3 things, Surf? Please let me know. I do appreciate that they let you drag the bar out, although what's really weird is how far you could drag it out depends entirely on your resolution, because of weird resolution scaling, so that's, you know, cool. Let's start talking to people.
I brought my family to Lothering because I thought it would be safe.
Oh, that's what I was going to talk about. Sorry. So, we have our origins. Now, each origin is structured differently. We're talking full, pure gameplay here. Each origin is structured a bit differently. Some of them are better than others on the gameplay axis, but most of them at least get across the basic ideas of this is how to play the game. That leads us to Ostagar. Ostagar is probably the actual tutorial. In fact, it's designed in such a way that I fully believe that they designed Ostagar, and then Lothering, and then the origins after the fact. So, you know, that sucks. So Ostagar gets across. This is our first raid dungeon. We see our first 2 major encounters. The first one being the emissary, and the second one being the ogre. Although there are some interesting encounter designs in the tower on the way up. We talk to NPCs. We get some hints at stuff. We get a couple of side quests, but nothing really substantial. It's more about the more mechanical side of the game, which leads us immediately to Lothering. Lothering is the no-really intro area, the 3rd intro in the game. It is weird to have a game that has multiple completely distinct intros, especially because the one that's the really good intro is this one. Lothering finally introduces us to what the game really is about. We have NPCs, we have quests. Most of these quests are specifically designed for not just factions, but also the skills, which I like these things. There's a trap quest. There's a survival quest. There's an herbalism quest. There's a poison making quest. Each of these is just trying to get you an idea of how these skills work and how they can be useful. There's tons of loot, tons of experience, and you can spend a decent amount of time in Lothering, just kind of adventuring. It's funny because the zone itself is relatively small, and all of these quests are contained entirely within just this one zone. Once you leave it, you're gone forever. It's a strange structure because, this is also where we can get party members. Optionally, because you could also skip them. A lot of party members you can skip in this game. You can also make a large amount of money here. And so you see how this is the first real zone. It's not to the same depth and breadth of the other zones, but it is still a lot larger than anything we've seen up to this point in time. Yeah, I've told this story before, but I have accidentally skipped Leliana on a playthrough, and I have very accidentally skipped Sten on my very first playthrough. Didn't even know he was a party member. Just walked past the cage, and that was the end of that. And yeah, that's the other thing about Lothering. This is why Lothering, more than anything else, is actually good. Because the moment we beat the bandits, we could just run to the exit. And we're done. It could take literal seconds, less than 1 minute, to get through Lothering if you want to. Or you could stay here and spend as much time as you want to. So, to tie this into what someone just said in chat, I think it was Blade Chaval, this is what the hinterlands arguably should have been, and I agree that they were probably going for this same vibe with the hinterlands. They just failed miserably.
I don't like this place. Why did we come here?
We were lucky. We had the coin to pay the toll to those bandits. Many didn't.
Sure thing, Jowan.
I have a wonder, Alistair, if you will indulge me.
Do I have a choice?
Of the two of you that remain, are you not the senior Grey Warden here? I find it curious that you allow another to lead while you follow.
You find that curious, do you?
In fact, you defer to a new recruit. Is this the policy of the Grey Wardens, or simply a personal one?
What do you want to hear? That I prefer to follow? I do.
You sound so very defensive.
Couldn't you crawl into a bush somewhere and die? That would be great, thanks.
Oh, yeah. And one other thing lothering does. Most zones have a single trigger. A spot where you can trigger conversations between party members. Most people who've played this game multiple times knows where all those spots are. You know, the one in Orzammar, the one in Denerim, the one in the woods, etc. And so some players will just go back and forth over those trigger lines in order to get the banter. Lothering actually has 3. And it's a good way to get banter because, well, there's so many here. And yeah, obviously there's the one we just ran into, but the big one is the bridge, which it's over there. You can't see it right now, but trust me when I say it's there. And I don't know, it's interesting. I'm not saying it's necessarily good, but it is interesting that they went out of their way to make sure that there were that many trigger spots in the first town so that you could get as much banter as possible while going through here, assuming you do. Yeah, the bridge one is super obvious. We'll show it in a minute. Anyways, what was it doing?
We were lucky. We had the coin to pay the toll to those bandits.
I hear those
Many
bandits are back again. Why don't the Templars kill them?
You know, that's a good question, actually.
The blight has truly come, and the king is dead. We're all going to die.
Yeah.
We were lucky. We had the coin to pay the toll for those bandits. Many didn't.
You there. If you're looking for safe shelter, I'll warn you. There's none to be found.
Are you sure, Fenris?
Move on if you can. Lothering's lost.
Oh yeah, so something you'll notice in Dragon Age Origins. The Dragon Age Origins has very good voice acting. In fact, it might have some of the best voice acting in gaming. But what it also has is a lot of repeat actors. A problem I myself can sympathize with quite a bit. Some actors voice 30+ characters here. Do you know about the bandits just outside the village?
Thieves prey on the unfortunate whenever they get the chance. We've had refugees streaming from the south for the last 2 days. The Chantry and tavern are full to bursting. There simply isn't enough food to go around, and we Templars can barely keep order. You'd be better off elsewhere, my friend.
Well, thanks for the warning.
Best of luck wherever you might go.
And yeah, Templars are not actually police. Hell, they're not even military. Not really.
Back off. I have the right to charge what I wish.
You profit from their misfortune. I should have the Templars give away everything in your carts.
You wouldn't dare. Any of you step too close to my goods and I'll...
It's so nice to see everyone working together in a crisis. Warms the heart.
Oh, you there. You look able. Would you care to make a tiny profit helping a beleaguered businessman?
Why would I want to help you?
Didn't I mention profit?
He is charging outlandish prices for things people desperately need. Their blood is filling his pockets.
'Tis only survival of the fittest. All of these cretins would do the same in his shoes, given the chance.
I have limited supplies. The people decide what those supplies are worth to them.
You bought most of your wares from these very people last week. Now they flee for their lives, and you want to talk business?
Look, stranger, I've 100 silvers if you drive this rabble off, starting with that priest. I'm an honest merchant, nothing more.
You don't think you're being unscrupulous?
Would it help these folks if they could buy no goods at all?
They spend their very last coin because they are desperate, and this man preys upon them as surely as the bandits outside the city.
Ah, I'm not arguing anymore. Drive off this woman and get your 100 silvers. Otherwise, I'm taking my wagon and leaving.
I'm pretty sure you could compromise and still profit, right?
Perhaps. If that woman agrees I'm allowed to charge something.
Do what you must. So long as the prices do not beggar the needy.
Fine, fine, done. And since you don't look too needy, normal prices for you.
So, we have come to solve every squabble in the village personally. My, but the Darkspawn will be impressed.
Thank you for your generous assistance. May the Maker watch over your path.
If he exists. Which, I mean, who knows. So, Morrigan disapproves, -3. I said we'd talk about the approval system later, and here we are. You'll notice once again lothering is the most well-designed of the intro zones because it's an intro. It does a lot of tutorializing on concepts and abilities and blah, 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 blah. We've already seen that with the first encounter we've had, which you can talk or fight your way through, which is a very common thing in this kind of game. We've seen this in the random dialogues, which we have seen and will continue to see more of. There's going to be the quests, which I already mentioned in a minute. There's going to be recruiting, which we're going to mention in a minute. And, of course, the approval system, which this little micro quest is here specifically to be like, hey, here's the approval system. So it's really simple. Every choice you can make in the game, and I mean pretty much all of them, has a flag attached to it, which raises or lowers approval with your party members. All of that was manually set, which sounds like a good thing, but honestly it feels a bit like an oversight in hindsight. The reason why is because it means everything is set, presuming that every character is at their state they are at the beginning of their character arc, and because it is manually set, that never changes. The most egregious example of this is Morrigan herself, the token evil party member. She's... no, Tor was the only one that made that particular innovation, Bladesfall. Yeah, Morrigan changes substantially throughout the course of the game, but she will always approve of evil actions. And I do mean evil. There are some things where she'll be like, oh my god, yes, profit and destroy. And she will also tend to dislike being good in this game. And this is very frustrating, because it makes actually raising her approval, which is necessary for various reasons I'll go into in just a second, kind of an irritant. Unless, of course, you abuse the gift system, which is, near as I can tell, and I've never been able to 100% verify this, they added the DLC gifts specifically to be like, here you go, this is to bypass the approval system. Because it's like they acknowledged that the approval system was not super great. But you're probably thinking, well, who cares about approval? Well, a lot of games like these do rep systems. In fact, Baldur's Gate 3 was the game we just saw that had a rep system, and that rep system changed how some of their quests can and will go, but also unlocks certain cutscenes, which is pretty normal for this kind of a thing. And yeah, I know some people who would try to game the system in exactly that manner, Latario, because people who are not in the party do not gain or lose approval. Now, before we move even further, thank you, Europe. Before we move any further, I hate to do this, but we're going to give another negative right now for the limited party size. And I know that sounds like a strange statement, but what I mean by this is the limited party size obviously affects story, but it also affects the approval system. I know people who have had to map out and literally physically get a piece of paper and map out major decisions and major and quests and side quests and major quests and who would get approval where, to make sure that they would swap in the right party members for which particular sequence to ensure that they were always getting the approval they wanted to max out the approval, because there's a tangible gameplay benefit for having high approval. They actually get better stats and better abilities for having high approval. This would be so easy to bypass from a design perspective. Either A, you would do the same thing that I've suggested for years when it comes to limit party size suggestion, or B, just make it so that approval happens whether or not they're in the party. Now that could have its own detriments, don't mistake me, but it would completely bypass this particular problem. Also true, Blade Duval. You're encouraged to beeline the characters you want to raise approval on because those are the characters you want to play with. And all that's assuming you're on a replay or know what you're doing. If you're playing through the first time, I know someone, not me, who actually stumbled into never hitting an approval marker just because of the way they played, and didn't even know about the buff that you get from that. Have fun, Mr. Red. Having said that, I know I'm going to get some flack for this, but I do like the approval system in concept. So I am actually going to go ahead and give it a plus as well. Because of the fact the approval can have tangible effects. It can change how they play and what they do and blah, 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 blah. And that's cool. I like that. I like the fact that there's something there other than whether or not a character likes you and how it affects certain cutscenes. Obviously, of course, approval also unlocks certain quests. You have to hit a certain marker to progress certain people's character arcs, and that's fine. But, yeah, one positive because I like the concept, one negative because I dislike the execution. Oh, Jesus Christ, Evo. Ah! Most people I talk to agree that Dragon Age 2, of all games, is one of the best games to implement an approval system that we've seen. I'm not sure I 100% agree with that, but I can't, as of this moment, think of another alternative off the top of my head. Excuse me. Wait, are you allowed to disagree, Evo? Hang on. Let me check the bylaws here. Let's see here. The gameplay features where I hate the concept, but like the execution. Probably, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. Oh, yeah. That reminds me. Oh, God, dark right now. I do like that idea, personally, Doom Rider. Okay.
Don't suppose you're looking to buy something?
Why do you think I'm talking to you?
All right. Just don't buy everything up.
No, I'm here to sell, boy. Two of those, because I'm never going to use them. Two of that. We're never going to use any of these, so here you go. You got money, right? I love, by the way, how they're already giving us crystals. If you don't understand why this is funny, these can only be equipped by a single character who we do not have in the party yet. It's also a DLC character. Yeah, we'll undress that for now.
Darkspawn will feast on your living heart! They will take your children! The legions of evil are on your doorstep. They will feast upon our hearts. There is nowhere to run. This evil will cover the world like a plague of locusts.
Please, you're scaring the children.
Better to slit their throats now than let them suffer at darkspawn hands. There! One of their minions is already amongst us. This woman bears their evil stench. Can you not see the vile blackness that fills her?
Why aren't you keeping your voice down?
I watch the Black Horde descend on my people. I will not be silent.
Please stop. Somebody shut his mouth.
But isn't he right? The ban left us. We're going to die.
This minion is but the first of those who will destroy us.
You poor thing. What happened to you?
My family, my clan, those creatures butchered them all. Some of us fled here, but we cannot escape the darkspawn.
How did you escape?
I ran, hearing my wife's screams as they dragged her off. She had hair the same color as yours.
You are not honoring her death by acting like this.
Are you calling me a coward?
I'm calling you an idiot. Listen to yourself for a moment.
I have shamed my ancestors, but the blackness will come.
He was right, wasn't he? There's no hope for us.
You realize that that's stupid on various levels, right?
You're right. We can't give up.
But we can't fight. What are we supposed to do?
We can't lie down and die either. We must go north to Denerim.
We should go.
Your king is dead. There is no hope.
I can still hear him. Distantly in the back of my mind. He's fine, Loke.
If you seek refuge in the Chantry, there's simply no room left.
You're closed?
We turn none aside, but we simply don't have room for anyone to sleep. Priests are within if you seek to offer devotion to the Maker, however. May he protect us all.
Yeah, because he definitely exists. Who's in charge of this Chantry?
The revered mother runs the Chantry itself, and Sir Bryant heads the Templars stationed here.
Right. You know about the bandits?
Were? Did you drive them off? Well, Sir Bryant will appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Maker watch over you.
Ah, the baker. They reach the afterlife, and there's just this dude baking something there. Bake, 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 bake. What? Yes, I've got you a lovely spread. I made you some pogskis. Hey, look, it's a bridge.
I don't like this.
So I take it you did not enjoy your Templar training?
That's directed at me, I take it.
Do you see any others about who have failed at their religious instruction?
I didn't fail, I was recruited into the Grey Wardens.
And if you had not been recruited, what would have happened instead?
I would have turned into a drooling lunatic, slaughtered the Grand Cleric, and run through the streets of Denerim in my small clothes, I guess.
Your self-awareness does you credit.
I thought you'd like that.
Have you seen my mother?
Yeah, she's dead.
Some mean men with swords came, and Mother told me to run to the village as fast as I could, so I did. She said she'd be right behind me, but I've been waiting and waiting, and I can't see her.
Do you know where your father is?
He went with William to the neighbours yesterday, but he didn't come back.
I mean, I can look for her if you come with me.
Mother said I wasn't to go with anyone. I'm supposed to wait for her here, in the village.
Ah, that's a good point. Here, have some silver to get some food.
A whole silver! Wow, thank you. You're a really nice lady. Kind of like Mother. I should go look for her.
So this is another thing they tutorialize here. The job board. These are non-quests in some cases, but they can also be quests, which is frustrating. I've talked about this before, the difference between a quest and a task. But yes, we will go kill bandits. For the Maker! Yeah, these are here for filler for the most part, but there are some exceptions to that later on, which is why it's like... We definitely won't do anybody else. Okay, fine, we'll do everyone's quests.
Hello, stranger. I don't suppose you know anyone that can make traps?
Nope.
I didn't mean to bother you. Sorry.
There's the trap-making quest.
You got a bed for the night. You taken care of.
Actually, I was hoping I could help you.
Don't need blades right now. We need beds, food, and an end to all these sad sots. I don't suppose you know anything of tonics, medicines, or herbs.
Actually, I do.
Then you may be able to do us a lot of good. All manner of travellers come through, many injured or sick. We do our best, but we're out of supplies. There's medicinal herbs in the woods to the north. If you make a few poultices, I'll scrape together some sort of payment. I'll write all you need to know in this note here.
This is how you do crafting. I could see Professor X doing that,
So
yes.
let's talk about your mother for a moment.
I'd rather talk about your mother.
Well, there's nothing to talk about. And besides, isn't your mother a scary witch who lives in the middle of a forest? Much more interesting.
To you, perhaps. You would find the moss growing upon a stone interesting.
You know what's more interesting than that? Apostates, mages outside of the tower. That's illegal, you know.
You did not read that in a book somewhere, did you? I hope the small letters did not strain you overmuch.
Oh, we could not talk about your mother. That works for me.
Master Feleron runs us miners hard. Harder still since Ostagar.
I brought my family to Lothering because I thought it would be safe.
A few knights have come through here, searching for some holy artifact. Not one of them stopped to help.
Yeah, I know. Well, they're doing something that under most circumstances would be extraordinarily stupid. It just will somehow work out for them. That's always good to hear, Dr. Winter.
You might not want to go in. Tavern's full, and those soldiers are being a nuisance.
Why is it full?
Same reason the Chantry's full, packed with people who fled their homes. The tavern keeper's letting folks sleep on the floors, but he can only fit so many. And those soldiers are getting restless.
I suppose it's never bothered me, Evo, so that's my immediate answer. Absolutely, Loke. Hey, Loke. I just heard a rumor, just now. A little bird told me that if you go out and find the Holy Grail itself, which is totally in Antarctica, somewhere in the whole continent of Antarctica, you can use that to be able to heal someone who's been given a rather mundane poison. Look, I love this game to death, but that whole story arc is dumb. Just because if they the problem is the way it's also optional. The way there's a website. What? The way the quest is structured in lore, narratively speaking, is oh my God, he's poisoned and sick, and we have no way to cure him, which is already questionable right off the bat. But let's ignore that for a second and move past that. Then it's like, you know what? If we find this thing, it'll help cure him. No knowledge or understanding of that being true, by the way. Like, just, we need to find an artifact, and that artifact might somehow cure him. Ignore the fact that it does. Ignore that for a second. Nobody has any reason whatsoever to think that it's actually going to cure him at the beginning of the quest. They also have no leads whatsoever on where this artifact is, or if it exists at all. And so they spread out into the wilds in order to find this artifact. We end up finding it, and it happens to work. Exactly, Lothario. That's why I'm saying this the way it was. If we knew about the urn, if we knew about the remaining place, and we knew that it had healing properties, some of this would actually make a lot more sense. But instead, it's just like, dum, 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 ba, ba, ba. Hey, the solution! Ahem. Tell me about these soldiers.
They're not here to defend us. They were looking for someone before they started drinking. I hear they almost killed a man because they didn't like his face. I wonder if they're deserters from the King's army.
You seem unhappy.
Is there any reason to be happy? With the king dead, them darkspawn will overrun Lothering before anyone can organize. You'd think those soldiers could at least run off the bandits. I hear someone gave them what they deserved. Wasn't you, was it?
Oh, yeah.
It was? Hey, everyone! This is the one who drove out those thieving bastards! More will probably come, but it's good to know some justice is left here. Thank you.
You're welcome. I do love killing bandits. It's one of my favorite things to do. You have to savor those little moments as they realize they're not messing with a level 0 commoner, but a level 5 fighter. And just the realization that lights in their eyes as the life leaves them is just... Oh, that's what I live for right there.
There's word of darkspawn stragglers, but no sign of the main horde. We are the only hope of protection this village has now, and I will not abandon them. That is all. May the Maker have mercy on us.
Are you here to see the Reverend Mother too?
Who?
The head of this chantry. She's very busy, but I think she's free now. I came to ask for a blessing. With my family abandoning the farm to flee north, we'll need all the grace the Maker can offer. Well, good luck to you. I need to get underway. If I'm lucky, I'll make it back to the farmhold by nightfall.
No, what bothers me, Gum Gum, is it makes no goddamn sense. I don't care if it's a fairy tale or not. What I care about is if you did your job and made a good story, which they didn't.
Yes, my lady? Who might you be?
Grey Warden, Loretta.
I see. I am Ser Bryant, commander of the Lothering Templars. Tern Loghain declared all Grey Wardens traitors responsible for the King's death. You know this, I hope.
So, all Grey Wardens. This is the other really dumb thing that happens. Although, if you pay attention to beneath the lines, or between the lines, excuse me, it's actually pretty obvious that Tern Loghain didn't actually do that. In fact, several things done throughout the game were not done by Loghain. They're done by How. Now, I don't want to give the game too much credit on this point, because when he's called to task on several of these things later, he will then try to defend them. But the game still makes it pretty clear How is the one doing most of these really dumb actions in order to solidify Loghain's power base, because, well, How still thinks this is a frickin' game. And yeah, and How is an idiot. An opportunistic idiot, but an idiot nonetheless. So yeah, the Grey Wardens are totally traitors. All Grey Wardens are totally traitors and killed the king. Uh-huh. It amuses me how few people actually believe that throughout the course of this story. Because, why would they? Even people who only know the vaguest tales and stories of the legends of the Grey Wardens are still like, but, really? Okay. So, yeah. No.
I don't believe the Grey Wardens would be as careless or malicious as the Tern claims. But either way, there it is. It is best you not linger, though. Just in case.
Right. About those bandits.
Maker's breath. How many times must we drive them off?
I killed them.
All of them? By yourself?
It's true. I saw it from my post. It was over so fast, we didn't even have time to get over there.
Sad that it needed to come to that. But then they asked for it. Will you accept a small reward for your service?
Yes, tell me why that woman is walking into the wall in the distance. Is she okay? I'm worried about her. Ma'am? Ma'am, are you all right? Ma'am, she's ignoring me. She must be traumatized. Ma'am! It's too late for her. Thank you.
If it interests you, there is a Chanter's board outside full of quests that need doing. The Chanters even offer pay for some of them. Now, unless there's something else you need.
This village doesn't seem like it's doing very well.
They are. With the ban having taken his men north, the village is left to its fate. We will evacuate as many as we can before the horde reaches us. I will stay as long as I am needed. Now, unless there's something else you need.
What about that? Okay, never mind.
Travel safely, and may the Maker watch over you.
I pull out a loaf. But I agree with, somebody said it in chat. Jesse's Mask. If more people believed the lie that the Grey Wardens totally killed the king and are all Grey Wardens are traitors, then yeah, that would absolutely be a negative. Which background are we playing as? Well, let me give you a hint. Oh, she's free! She's free! Ma'am, are you okay?
Soldiers here. Oh, at least a place to hide.
She's okay. She's okay. We're gonna be fine.
Who? I beg your pardon. I did not see you approach.
Sir Donald? Is that you?
Alistair? By the Maker, how are you? I was certain you were dead.
Not yet. No thanks to turn Loghain.
If Arl Eamon were well, he'd set Loghain straight soon enough.
If he were well? What do you mean?
The Arl is stricken with an illness that threatens his life. We have found no cure, either natural or magical.
When did this happen?
Only a few weeks ago, but he has declined quickly. No one knows the nature of the illness, and even magic has done little to slow its progress. Our only hope now is a miracle. Every knight of Redcliffe has gone in search of the Urn of Sacred Ashes. Andraste's ashes are said to cure any illness, but I fear we are chasing a fable. With each day, my hope dims.
Listen, we can't defeat the cold conventionally. I'm just gonna jot this down now. At least 2 negatives for the Urn quest. Just the premise of it. Just the initial setup. So, because there's 2 specific spokes here of ridiculousness, and the more you think about it, the less they make sense. First of all, the super poison. Reminder, Jowan is the one who implements this. Jowan's the one who's paid off by Howe in order to go ahead and do the super poison. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. It's this super poison. And they have access to plenty of means in order to restore people, including literal magic. What? Okay. Not that I'm aware of Trihexia. I could double check that, but I don't recall anything to that matter. Yeah, it's super blood. The other problem, the mega problem with the super poison is the fact that it's because plot. This is, honestly, this is another example of underthought. Because what this is we need there to be some reason to seek the Grail. So, we have a super poison. But that's it. There's no thought about it. There's no reason, there's no logic. Once again, just like underthought always is, this could be a talking point. This could be something that could be interesting or debated, or maybe it's something recognizable. Maybe there is a super poison in the setting that's just generally that they've never figured out a cure for. That's never mentioned or brought up or anything, because again, that's not the point. The reason this is a negative and the reason this is an underthought is because it's just there because plot. We can't cure him. Oh, okay, well then we have to go seek a miracle. Nobody ever questions that first part of the sentence, and that's the problem. Everyone just sort of accepts it's a super poison. We could have made it a super poison. We could have made it some kind of blood magic. We could have made it some kind of ritualistic thing. You know, we could have made so many directions we could have taken this. Like, there's plenty of directions we could have taken the super poison in. Instead, it's just, oh, no, go look for the Grail. What would allow for a Grail quest? That's a good question. I think I would have gone in one of two different directions for this. First of all, I would have probably completely unhinged the Redcliffe quest payoff from the Grail quest entire. Just detach that. Redcliffe has enough moving parts as is. It doesn't need another one. So that's point one. Point two, now that we have no connection to the Arl or him being super poisoned, why are we seeking the Grail? Now, there's lots of possible reasons here. But I could think of three right off the top of my head, and these aren't even mutually exclusive. We could use all three motives to go there. First of all, we've heard about the Ashes of Andraste, and given the recent darkspawn resurgence, having such a relic and having access to such a thing could really bolster the people's faith and belief and help them going, which, if you're paying attention, is kind of what brother, I forget his name, Genetivi, I think, what the brother's overall motive is. He's here to figure out, is it true, what can we do with it, and blah, blah, blah. Bring it to the people. Cool. So, there's motive number one. Motive number two could be the idea, well, it's probably a magical relic, and we're under the gun right now. We could use magical relics. We don't know what it is or how it's going to be, but there's a decent chance that it's a magical relic and therefore will be useful. This is once again being done in ignorance, but hope, which I'm okay with, as opposed to, you know, what they actually do. Option number three, and this is the one I like the best, actually, is we're not looking for the Grail at all. We're there investigating really unusual reports of a bunch of dragons being sighted around an unusual chantry where they have a male, I forget what it is, but the male person of the chantry, which isn't supposed to be a thing. And that's the hook, this unusual village. Now, I know we're kind of under the gun, but dragons are not something to be taken lightly, and we also do plenty of side quests anyways. You could even have a vector quest from Denerim. You remember the Smiths? And they could have heard rumors about the dragons over this village. The father, that's it, the revered father, thank you. So we could actually pull that from several directions to vector into the village. We get to the village, and we're like, hey, and everything's sus. And it's like, oh my god. And then we rescue the brother, who's just like, oh, thank you. But while you're here, these people keep talking about Andraste as if she's alive. And it's like, what? We don't need an additional hook at that point. We've already got them, right? Then we go through, and we find the dragon cult, and we push through them, and there's a high dragon, and we run the other direction as fast as possible. And then we go in, and oh, the Ashes of Andraste are actually here. Cool. And then we can get some kind of gameplay benefit for it, right? Three separate ways they could have done the entire Grail quest while completely disconnecting it from the super poison. And that's just off the top of my head. Yeah, maybe a permanent passive regen buff to your party members. That sounds useful as hell. Maybe making it so that, like in lore, yeah, Dragon of Nightmare, that was a fun fight. Maybe making it so in lore, you know, the soldiers are morale boosted by we have the Ashes of Andraste herself, and maybe they fight slightly better in the final battle. I mean, there's things you could do with this. Oh, pardon me. Because this is specifically a case of underthought, we're going to put this into writing. Because and that's why that's a negative pretty much no matter what. Because we can come up with excuses. We can come up with explanations and reasons why the super poison is a super poison. Dr. Winter did just a couple minutes ago. But the game doesn't, and that's the problem. It is underthought, and that's the problem. But that leads us to the Grail quest. Apologies. One of the things that was done over the weekend was pulling apart one of the kids' beds. One of the pieces of one of those beds was left out in the kitchen because it hadn't been put away yet. And I just heard a loud crack. Lo and behold, the piece had fallen over. Thankfully, it hadn't fallen on anybody. But I went ahead and moved it into a more safe locale to ensure that it does not fall on anybody. Your friend Sir Henrik is dead. I have something of his.
What? And you have his locket? And a note? Maker's mercy. Thank you for giving me these. I would never have known otherwise.
You're welcome. Don't worry, I killed the people who killed him.
Thank you. I wonder how many of us have met similar fates on this mad quest.
So, shouldn't you be fleeing the Darkspawn?
My mission takes priority. But I fear I shall be returning to Redcliffe with nothing to show for my efforts.
I was hoping to meet Arleman myself.
Why is that, if I may ask?
Well, we need his help against Loghain.
I see. The Arl is a popular man, it's true. Tairn Loghain, however, is a hero throughout Ferelden. Whatever the Tairn has done or not done, the Arl remains ill, or worse. That is my primary concern.
Do you think Loghain's involved in the Arl's illness?
The Arl fell ill before the king died. But what if Loghain planned that too? Oh, such thoughts do not sit well with me.
We should see what's happening in Redcliffe ourselves. I believe that now more than ever.
If nothing else, I am certain you would be welcomed at Castle Redcliffe. The Arlessa is there, and she could tell you more than I could.
That would be terrifying, Trihexia. No. Besides, I like building stuff. I do. I find it relaxing. That's why most of my family always calls upon me when it comes to building something. Like the new bed I just built. So your quest for the ashes brought you here.
I expected to take advantage of the Chantry's library, in fact. But my skills are better suited to battle than chasing down tales.
Tell me about this urn of plot convenience.
Supposedly, the urn contains the ashes of the prophetess Andraste. Surely you know all this.
Maybe you could tell me what you've learned?
If you're truly interested, there are books here containing a great deal of lore. Nothing I have found leads me to believe that this was anything more than a quest of desperation.
That will somehow magically work.
I need to return to Redcliffe. Perhaps later I will seek out the scholar his note mentions. But I must go. Thank you again, my lady. You have been most helpful.
I mean, don't mistake me. I know I'm rackling some hackles because of being freely willing to give negatives to this game. So, I don't know how to end that sentence. Like, I can't apologize because I'm not sorry, and I'm not going to lie to you. The game deserves negatives. What do you want from me? It's not a perfect game.
Let all repeat the chant of light. Only the word dispels the darkness.
Anyway, so Equalitas said, and no, it was Hal who did it. That's another thing. Actually, if I could pull a quick diversion here. You know what this game reminds me of? World of Warcraft. Hear me out. Everybody in WoW, in universe, calls Arthas the Lich King. Cool, but false. This is a minor spoiler, but Arthas is not the Lich King. Now, that's fine. That's not a negative to story. It's actually arguably a positive, because everyone thinks Arthas is the Lich King, so everyone reacts appropriately. Yeah, they also think he's the Lich King, as opposed to the second Lich King, which we're not going to get into right now. The reason this is so relevant is one thing I've noticed this game does is everybody attributes everything to Loghain. But as already talked about, the game itself makes it clear most of these actions are being done by Hal. But nobody knows that. Hal's big shtick is being in the corner and the guy you barely even notice, right? Like, he accurately and portrays himself as just Loghain's stoolie. But, like I said, the game also makes it clear he's the one actually making most of these calls. And that even makes sense in character. Loghain's not a politician. He has no idea how to navigate these fields. I mentioned this earlier, and I need to give the Babylon 5 effect, speaking of which, before I forget here. It's a rare game that gets this kind of thing. Yeah, he's military. He's a soldier. during that cutscene early, it's one of my favorite cutscenes in the game the second time around, because the first time around, I'm sorry, I know it was like 30 minutes ago now. The first time around, when Logain is like, "Mwahaha," it comes across as just him being a typical villain. Which makes sense given the scene we just saw, which was badly done, which was him being a typical villain. But by contrast, this scene is actually well done. Because the second time you see, oh, and you realize what's actually going on. Logain is like, hey, guys, you know, we need to do this. And I wish I'd paused at the time. He specifically mentions external threats. He doesn't say or legion. He doesn't have to. But we can tell that's what he's thinking about. And so we're going to put down this darkspawn incursion. Notice he does not call it a blight, probably because he doesn't actually believe it's a blight. And then he says, this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it. He gives orders to a bunch of noble lords. Now, not only is that already a bad idea, but the nobility of Ferelden is kind of weird in that it pushes up instead of down. I've talked about this before. I'm not going to go into this right now. It's just, it's one of the ways that Ferelden distinguishes itself from most of the other aristocracy circles throughout the countries of the world. So that doesn't work that way, is what I'm trying to say. Under normal circumstances, what would happen is the Terran would then have to bargain and, court. They would have to court the nobility and say, hey, I would like you to do this for me. Please do this for me. What do I have to do to get this on your side? And make them happy and make them satisfied and court them, right? That's how... No, I've never played Dragon Age Origins before. I'm sorry. This is like my 12th playthrough. This is my 3rd stream of the game. It's true. You're right, Eternus. He is. Logain is... He thinks he's talking to troops and giving orders. But it sounds like he's making demands, which makes sense. He is functionally making demands. But he's not doing it from a place of evil or whatever. He's just... He doesn't understand the field he has wandered into. That was Merrick's job. That is Honora's job. So when they push back at all, what does Logain do? Well, he does what any drill sergeant would do. He does what any general would do. He slams down hard. You're going to do this. You're going to do this immediately. That's an order. And he tolerates no interference. The problem is, of course, that makes things worse. You'll notice that when Ban Tegan approaches him, it's from a perspective of civility. Now, I know he's not really being civil because it's politics, but the point is, when you start civil and are slammed down, you are then given leeway, legally, politically, to then slam back, which is what Ban Tegan immediately does. The Banarn will not bow simply because you demand it. He tells him, flat to his face, no! And normally that would be the end of it, but this is a bit more... because Logain is a powerful person politically, he does have a strong military, and he is a venerated hero of the land. Normally this would just be, to go to Tekoida's example, this is probably just end with a very swift coup in the end of Logain, but he is so popular and so well-liked that instead this leads to a civil war. And the whole time, Logain's in the background just thinking, what are you doing? We've got to deal with our actual threat. He doesn't want the Civil War any more than anybody else does. He doesn't even want to be in charge. He just wants to tell them, we're dealing with this for the sake of Ferelden. All that I have done, he even gives this quote, all I have done is for the sake of Ferelden. I will tolerate no less from anybody else. And I love it because it works so perfectly both times you see it. I love it. So Babylon 5 effect for Logain.
Chant of light, make it pure. Let all mankind be humble.
This is what you get when you've been working on a game for 6 years. You get moments that are really good, then you get moments that are really bad. I'm really curious how this game's going to review. Anyways, let's wander over here for no reason. Hey, ma'am.
Will you be making a donation to the Chantry, my friend?
No.
Most who make it here.
I'd rather die. Ugh. Hang on, one more. Okay, we're good. Who are you?
I am the revered mother of this Chantry. Traditionally, those who seek my blessing tithe first.
I don't really have anything to offer.
I understand. Not all are wealthy enough to spare even a few coins for the Maker's favor. What can I do for you then?
I'm a Grey Warden. I was hoping for your help.
A Grey Warden? Here? Oh dear. You put me in a difficult position. You must know that Tern Loghain declared the Grey Wardens to be outlaws.
I love the way that she says that, because it kind of indicates automatically what I already mentioned. Most people don't believe it, or, at the very least, don't put enough stock in it to immediately act upon it. If she actually believed that lie for a second, she'd be like, oh, of course, Grey Wardens. You should stay here for a minute. And then you wander off and then get the guards, right? Or something like that. But no, instead she's just like, oh, you should know that he says you're all totally evil or whatever. Just FYI, you know. Just giving you the 401 there.
Tern Loghain? That is as hard for me to believe as his condemnation of the Wardens. There is a price on your head. Lay low, and I promise to keep your presence a secret. That is the best I can do. Now, if there is nothing else?
Also true, Genocida. But I do legitimately believe that even in peacetime, people would be like, really? It's really? Yeah, you know. I should go.
May the Maker guard you, Grey Warden.
I could use a croissant right about now. I mean, at this level, and with a party that canonically consists of at least one mage, yeah, probably Logue.
Let it rise at last to the ears of the Maker.
I'm sorry, I cannot talk now. I must feed the holy brazier to ensure the flame never dies.
What's the significance of the brazier?
It represents the flames that burned Andraste herself. Do you know the tale?
No.
The prophet was burned in the ancient city of Minrathous, before the ancient mages she had fought. Instead of dying in pain as the mages wanted, she was purified by the fire and taken by the Maker into the heavens to stand forever at his side. We are all sinners. The fire symbolizes our hope that forgiveness is possible. Thus, we all serve by feeding its flames.
I'm not even gonna... So if I sin, I should set myself on fire?
Don't be ridiculous. It is a symbol and not meant to be taken literally. Now go and leave me to my task.
Okay. I was just asking, buddy. Jeez. I need to be all uppity about it. Oh yeah, as usual, we'll be keeping our discussions about religion firmly within the realm of fiction. Because, you know... duh, I suppose.
So tell me something, Morrigan. Did you live there in that forest your entire life?
I left it on occasion, but I always returned. Why? Is that so strange? It was my home.
But it was just you and your mother there? No one else?
Mother occasionally had company.
What? Company? Do I even want to ask?
No, you really don't.
Yep, the children of the eternal flame! So let's go get one of our other party members.
Yesterday, said he was from Redcliffe.
He talked to everyone in the tavern. How are we supposed to know where the urn of sacred ashes is? Might as well ask us how to get to the moon.
He said that all the Redcliffe knights were looking for it, as if they didn't have anything better to do. I don't get it. So how is it that Tern Loghain survived when even the Grey Wardens didn't make it out of that place down south?
I heard he saw just in time what those Grey Wardens were doing and saved his men. He's a hero, that's what he is.
Too bad he couldn't save poor King Cailan. Blast those Grey Wardens, they deserve what they got and more.
I'll say. First they drag the king down there, and then they throw him to the wolves. It's no wonder it all went bad.
Greetings, milady.
Right.
Well, look what we have here then. I think we've just been blessed.
Uh-oh. Loghain's men. This can't be good.
Didn't we spend all morning asking about a woman by this very description, and everyone said they hadn't seen her?
It seems we were lied to.
Gentlemen, surely there's no need for trouble.
These are no doubt simply more poor souls seeking refuge.
They're more than that. Now stay out of our way, sister. You protect these traitors, you'll get the same as them.
So, what makes you think we're traitors?
Tern Loghain claims the Grey Wardens betrayed the king. Or haven't you heard?
Enough talk! Take the warden into custody. Kill this sister and anyone else that gets in your way.
Right. Let's make this quick.
Well, you heard him. Let's make this quick.
Push them back! Make a preservers! This should be easy enough. Run while you can!
All right, we've won. We surrender.
Good. They've learned their lesson and we can all stop fighting now.
Do me a favor, take a message to Loghain.
What do you want to tell him?
The Grey Wardens know what really happened.
I'll tell him. Right away, now. Thank you.
Get out of here.
I apologize for interfering, but I couldn't just sit by and not help.
Listen, Jesse's messy. It's not my fault. Hi, Spartan. Where does a sister learn to fight like that, Leliana?
I wasn't born in the Chantry, you know. Many of us had more colorful lives before we joined. Let me introduce myself. I am Leliana, one of the lay sisters of the Chantry here in Lothering. Oh, I was.
I'm Loretta. Pleasure.
Those men said you're a Grey Warden. You will be battling the darkspawn, yes? That is what Grey Wardens do. I know after what happened, you will need all the help you can get. That's why I'm coming along.
Why are you eager to help me?
The Maker told me to.
Could you, elaborate on that?
I know that sounds absolutely insane, but it's true. I had a dream. A vision.
More crazy? I thought we were all full up.
Look at the people here. They are lost in their despair, and this darkness, this chaos, will spread. The Maker doesn't want this. What you do, what you are meant to do, is the Maker's work. Let me help.
I don't mean to sound unkind, but what I'm going to do requires more than simply prayer.
I can fight. I can do more than fight. As I said, I was not always a lay sister. I put aside that life when I came here. But now, if it is the Maker's will, I will take it up again. Gladly. Please let me help you.
Okay.
Perhaps your skull was cracked worse than Mother thought.
Thank you. I appreciate being given this chance. I will not let you down.
Well, sorry, Darkspawn. You're out of the party. Mostly because you have no dialogue, and therefore are worthless as a character. And we'll never use Darkspawn again, with one possible exception. Speaking of which, I actually meant to do this earlier. Oh yeah, there it is! Behold! Whenever I think of how ugly armor is in this game, the very first thing I think of is that exact hat. Anyways.
You're gonna make more trouble? We've about all we can stand in Lothering now.
Sorry about the mess.
They had it coming, and they were trouble enough themselves. So long as you don't start more, I won't get excited. Right then, name's Denial. Sorry I can't chat much. As you see, we've a full house.
Ah, makes sense. Who are the people I just fought?
When Tern Loghain marched by, he left those fellas behind to look for Grey Wardens. I suppose that's you.
Yeah.
I have no qualm with you, whatever the turn says. My grandfather served. Your secret's safe with me. What can I get you then?
Do you have any rooms?
Look around. People are sleeping on the floors and in the attic. That's how many rooms I don't have.
No, Spartan. You have any rumors?
I heard from some travelers that something bad might have happened in Redcliffe, overrun by darkspawn, maybe. There's no word from the village at all. A merchant friend of mine said he encountered someone fleeing the place and there was nothing waiting for him there but death. He wisely turned around and came right back. Anything else I can get you?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Luck speed your way.
Ignoring the fact that the Barkspawn mod is... We try to do this as unmodded as possible, and keeping Barkspawn in the party doesn't really give us any additional cutscene-y stuff. And even if it did, we're trying to avoid that for the same reason we did in Baldur's Gate 3. So, in short, no, we're not going to use any party mods. We're already using too many mods, as is. Because we're using... I feel like we're using 3, but I can suddenly only think of 2. I mean, that's what a review is, Spartan. Maybe we're only using the 2. Who, Gum?
You're here about food. Take it up with that bleeding runt by the Chantry. I got other gear to sell.
Know of any work?
Check the Chantry's board by the Chantry. There's good jobs there. I don't suppose you know anything about, poison?
I have... dabbled.
I figured if I kept asking, I'd find someone. I'd pay good coin for some simple poison. Something to slow them beasties down or make them think twice.
I mean, I know the Banter... This is a review, guys. Minimal mods or no mods. That's the idea. Frankly, I'd rather play with no mods at all, but this is Dragon Age, so we have to have at least the one. I'll see what I can do for you.
Thanks. I might have some ingredients in stock. Don't really know what you need.
Show me what you got. Interesting. Let's go ahead and get... Well, nope, not yet. We have to do this first. Leliana, my dear. Yeah, no or minimal cheating and no mods. Why would we use the skip the fade mod? What No! Look, I know everyone hates the fade, but why would we skip an entire dungeon? A major dungeon, no less, in a review. Explain that to me. God, that looks so ugly on her. I'm glad that people like the fade, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm not... That's a good question, Valtenrio. Would I have already given multiple negatives for the limited party size? Let's see. There's one negative right there. There's a negative right there. And there's another negative right there. So, yes, I suppose the 3 negatives I've already given will have to suffice, Valtenrio. There is a skip the T-Pros, which I'd be more likely to use, but I'm still not going to because this is still a review. Skip the Fade, if I'm not mistaken, gives you the stat boost. It's just, you go in and then you're done. What am I doing? I did that. Do I have any... Infinite negatives. Unlimited negatives.
Any luck with that poison? Or you here to see my stock?
We have too much money already. Yeah, no, weird complaint. Oh god, that looks so bad on him. That looks... yeah, I like the splint bell better. Behold the boots. Chad, yeah, you know what? That makes perfect sense in Qualitas. Chad is just really trying to skip the negatives of the Fade and the Deep Roads. That's what it is.
Any luck with that poison? Or you here to see my stuff?
Look, I don't know what you want from me, Spartan. Ah, that's right.
Hmm?
Any luck with that poison? Or you here to see my...
Ah, goddammit.
Any luck with that poison?
Better, Meat Fist. Right off the top of my head. I thought that before we even walked in. Among other things, it simply has less rocks in my shoes. The only thing that Baldur's Gate 3 really has going for it at the moment is the colossally good narrative axis, most of which is being carried by the characters. And the excellent moments, obviously. So that, okay. Ah, get out of my way, Leliana.
Did you see the new recruiters out?
I'd keep your voice down if I were you. They're pressing anyone who can hold a sword into service.
Terran wants a new army, but is it to fight them darkspawn or those nobles shouting against them?
I've no idea, but I'm sure not about to raise my hand if you catch my meaning. Not after what happened down south.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. This game won't get several negatives that DOS 3 did, like the inventory one. This isn't exactly a good inventory, but it's a lot less of a pain than the previous one.
How dare you accuse me of thievery? I saw you take the supplies from my car. You marsh folk are all thieves and liars.
Enough! People here are already desperate and frightened. They don't need you two coming to blows.
But what about my food?
I said enough!
You do not seem a refugee. Are you part of the army?
Kinda.
The carnage we left in the wilds was horrifying.
Oh, I see there's nothing past this point in the story, so we're just gonna move on here. Let's see here. Who, Trihexia? I think you're saying things. Is it you?
Have any luck finding herbs in the woods?
Yeah, here you go.
This will help many people. You're a good sort, you know.
Don't know if I agree with that, but you're welcome.
So, let me get this straight. You were a cloistered sister?
You must have been a brother before you became a Templar, no?
I never actually became a Templar. I was recruited into the Grey Wardens before I took my final vows.
Do you ever regret leaving the Chantry?
No, never. Do you?
Yes. You may not believe it, but I found peace there. The kind of peace I've never known.
It used to get so quiet at the monastery that I would start screaming until one of the brothers came running. I would tell them that I was just checking. You never know, right?
No, I never did anything like that. I enjoyed the quiet.
Suit yourself. The look on their face was always priceless.
Fine, we'll get Sten in the party. Yes.
Shokke basit isra. Arit, mera de twasit. Abana kyun. You aren't one of my captors. I will not amuse you any more than I have the other humans. Leave me in peace.
You're a prisoner. Who put you here?
I'm in a cage, am I not? I've been placed here by the Chantry.
The revered mother said he slaughtered an entire family, even the children.
It is as she says. I am Sten of the Beresad, the vanguard of the Kunari peoples.
Where's your horns?
You mock me. Or you show manners I have not come to expect in your lands. Though it matters little now. I will die soon enough.
This is a proud and powerful creature, trapped as prey for the darkspawn. If you cannot see a use for him, I suggest releasing him for mercy's sake alone.
Mercy? I wouldn't have expected that from you.
I would also suggest that Alistair take his place in the cage.
Yes, that's what I would have expected.
I suggest you leave me to my fate.
What'd you do to end up here?
I have been convicted of murder. Have the villagers not spoken of this?
Are you guilty?
Are you asking if I feel guilt or if I am responsible for the deed? However I feel, whatever I've done, my life is forfeit now.
If you feel guilty, why did you do it?
Either you have an enviable memory or a pitiable life to know nothing of regret.
Capturing you must have been difficult.
There is no difficulty in capturing prey that surrenders.
Aren't you interested in seeking atonement?
Death will be my atonement.
There are other ways.
Perhaps. What does your wisdom say is equal to my crime?
You could help me defend the land against the Blight.
The Blight? Are you a Grey Warden, then?
I happen to be.
Surprising. My people have heard legends of the Grey Warden's strength and skill. Though I suppose not every legend is true.
I could talk about getting you free.
Perhaps if you told her the Grey Wardens need my assistance. It seems as likely to bring my death as waiting here. Farewell, then.
To be left here to starve? Or to be taken by the darkspawn? No one deserves that. Not even a murderer.
You know, I don't actually know the answer to that, Venters. I mean, it's Alistair or Sten, and that's a no-brainer, Lord Harriman.
Good day, Sister Leliana. I'm surprised to see you're still in Lothering.
It is good to see you as well, Your Reverence.
Is there something I can do for you, then?
I want to talk to you about Sten.
It might have been kinder to execute him, but I leave his fate to the Maker. Why does he interest you?
What did he do?
He butchered an entire farmhold. Only one of the youngest hid long enough to survive. The child said his father had found the Kunari gravely wounded and took him in. That kindness was repaid with murder. The bandsman found the Kunari just standing amidst the carnage. He did not resist them.
What would make him do such a thing?
He would not say, though he acknowledged his guilt. Even the seasoned knights who apprehended him were disturbed by the carnage. However docile he appears, do not be fooled. That Kunari is a danger.
No way I could convince you to release him.
Then his next victims might count you and me as their murderers.
No, I mean, release him into my custody.
And what do you say on this, Leliana? You know your friend better than I.
These are unusual times, Your Reverence. With us, the Kunari might do some good. I am sure of it, in fact.
Were things not so desperate? Very well, I trust you. Take these keys to his cage and make her watch over you.
Thank you, Your Reverence. Your trust is not misplaced.
Oh yeah, I should jot that down too. I'm still debating, Spartan. Because it doesn't really matter for this game so much as for the future. IMO. There's a hot elf in this game? Hang on. We're starting to have some load times. So let's fix that really quick. Much better. I mean, the more I can do to kill Enora, the better. And starving alone in a tower is close.
A witch of the Kokari Wilds.
They also say that washing your feet in winter makes you catch cold in the head, but we all know that is not true. But sometimes they are right, and they are right in this.
You know the stories about...
Of course. You think my mother would let me go without telling me all the stories of her youth?
My mother told me stories too. She was the one who kindled my love of the old tales and legends.
My mother's stories curdled my blood and haunted my dreams. No little girl wants to hear about the wilder men her mother took to her bed, using them till they were spent, then killing them. No little girl wants to be told that this is also expected of her once she comes of age.
I see.
No, you don't. You really don't.
Thanks for that, Flemeth. Really appreciate you there. What am I doing? Hi, Anguished One. Right. Yeah, you can't kill Enora, which really sucks.
You wish something more of me?
I have the key to open your cage.
I confess, I did not think the priestess would part with it.
Does it matter? You're in my custody now.
So be it. Set me free and I will follow you against the Blight.
You know, hang on. I'm curious of something. Because I'm pretty sure about something, but I like to double check myself. What? Cool. Dumb thing. That's what I thought. I could be wrong, because the wiki is very strangely laid out, but I'm pretty sure that if you exile Lenora, she just leaves the narrative. The only way she's relevant in Inquisition is if she stays queen, one way or the other. How can you help us exactly?
I have spent my life in the Vanguard. I know war, and your lands need all the help they can get.
Alright.
And so it is done. I will follow you into battle. In doing so, I shall find my atonement.
Thank you, Sten. Glad to have you with us.
May we proceed? I am eager to be elsewhere.
Well, clearly we have to get rid of the best party member in the game and replace him with Sten.
Yes.
Obviously. Should probably get him some gear, though. Oh. You're going to be punching things for a while, Sten, just so you know. I actually want you to be... hang on. Where are you at? Where are you at? No. Nope. This one? There we go. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Now our open world section.
We done heard what was said. You're a warden. I don't know if you killed King Kalen, and make her forgive me, I don't care. But that bounty on your head could feed a lot of hungry bellies. Attack!
Or you could... Okay. Oh, you're all dead.
Try that again.
Whatever. Does one of you have a two-handed weapon? Because that would be helpful. You know, now that you're dead.
As you wish.
Cool. Less mouths to feed.
Right.
Well, see ya.
Warden senses tingling. Let's get started.
You have warden senses?
Defend yourself! Wipe them out!
Although, actually, given how many times we fight bandits, we probably have developed a bit of a bandit sense already. That's going to be a thing in the future, too.
A little frantic? Ha! I can see why! Move and parry! Strike and kill! Come and get...
Wouldn't surprise me, Lord Harrowman. I don't remember that encounter very distinctly on Nightmare, though. There's some encounters in this game that are burned into my brain on Nightmare, but that's not one of them. Hell, we've already passed 2 of them. Or 3, actually.
Show me what you've got!
I do not believe a punching build is viable, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
I never liked this part!
Essentially, yes, Equalitus. Oh no, Sten's dead. Also, I'm about dead. I should probably fix that. Game.
Right. Push them back!
She does seem to be talking a lot, Croatia. It's kind of weird. I mean, I do remember the guy being like, another battle! We must fight! And just, yeah, other random barks like that. We'll have to decide if it's audio spammy as we go. Yeah. I like the shapeshift abilities. We'll go with a no. I don't know. Never worked for me, really.
This should be easy enough.
Oh, hang on. Swap party members really quick. Which I can just do, by the way. On the spot and on the fly. Baldur's Gate 3! Alright, So do it. That's true, only in certain areas. But that still makes it infinitely better than Baldur's Gate 3! Alright, sorry. I haven't decided, Anguished One. And thank you, Paranoid Android. Always. If you give me a moment, I will jot that down for some things. For Alpha Centauri, Zelda Block, and Deus Ex Human Revolution. You got it. No, Zacto? I mean, that'd be a hell of a hat trick.
Yes.
Listen, I just want Sten to die over and over again. Is that so much to ask? Yeah, absolutely, Triaxia. No question. Nothing. I mean, actually, I have a lot of things against Baldur's Gate 3. But it's amusing to me, because as we were going through Baldur's Gate 3, one of the things I kept pointing out was how many things previous games did better from a gameplay perspective. It was not a small list. Rocks! Where? Be careful. It can be dangerous this time of year. I don't think I hate any party member in this game. I did when I first played the game, but upon replays, several of them have grown on me, not the least of which being Zevran, who was a character I rather despised my first time through. In fact, I was happy when, you know, he was no longer in my party.
That should not have taken as long as it did. So, you have won the battle. A close thing.
Right.
Allow me. I could do that for you.
Then do it.
Right away.
Yep. Clearly, I think Baldur's Gate 3 is the worst game of all time. At least that's what some of my YouTube comments have been saying. I dared to give a negative to Baldur's Gate 3. How dare I? I'm barely joking. Some people have gotten extraordinarily defensive about that game. It's weird. Correct, Lothario. Uh-oh. Do you see what I see? Told you. They're terrifying this time of year.
Come, you can do better than that. Let's make this quick.
It's okay. As long as we're careful. Don't look the rocks in the eyes.
Right.
Another vanquished. You battle a Kunari!
Here we go. Enough.
See, they even petrify people.
Come now. Defend yourself. Let's get started. You no win. I got it.
Hello, Asdus.
Right. As you wish.
Oh, that's a good point, Anditty. Because we all know Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be the game that finally breaks the back of AAA publishers and general capitalistic greed. Darn, I ruined it all. I apologize. I think that's it. Flip, down, 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 up. Come on, come on. There we go. We were this close. We were this close. Listen, Lord Aramont. I already paid the cunning tax. I've already raised it as high as it'll go. Oh god, that's right. Shale is going to be helping us against her own kind.
The path of righteousness is full of hardship, but the Maker smiles upon its travelers.
That's very true, Blade Tabal. It's also not the first game to do that. It's not even the first game to do that this year. I don't want to get into it too much, but all I'm going to say is that some people seem to be thinking that Baldur's Gate 3 is very unique by virtue of being a good, strong, solid single-player game that sells well. It is not. It's not unique this year. It's not unique in the last 5 years. It's not unique in the last 10 years. Like, a lot of people seem to just kind of forget for some reason. I don't even know why. I don't know where this is coming from. But a lot of people seem to have forgotten that there has been demonstrable and provable pushback against, let's call it what it is, bullcrap for years now. Baldur's Gate 3 is the latest, not the first. What am I doing? Wait, rocks hibernate in caves? No wonder! Final Fantasy 16 hazardous. Right off the top of my head. Now, if you ask me what other games have come out this year, I gotta go look it up, because so many dozens of games have come out this year that it's actually hard for me to remember them all. It's actually getting harder as the year goes on, because they keep coming out. There's still more games coming out. Anyways. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Tears of the Kingdom, while we're on the subject. Hey, Sonashi. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh god, it's the wolves who are attacking us for some reason. Yeah, I'm not going to touch the indie and the AA space, which has tons of stuff that doesn't lean into bullcrap. Didn't Hi-Fi Rush come out this year? Am I wrong in my timing?
Run while you can. Think you have a chance.
Yes. Games everywhere! Oh yeah, Armored Core just came out. Thank you. I forgot about that one too. I told you, I just keep forgetting them. RE4R just came out. I haven't really talked about the board quest yet, but the main reason we're doing them here is because we're probably not going to do them later. These are tasks. As I've described before, there's secondary quests, and then there's tasks. And tasks are exactly what they sound like. Do X to gain Y benefit. They're there for filler, padding, money, or bonus experience. They're not there. They have no meat. There's no meat on their bones. They're like Lotro quests, which is actually what gave me the term, because Lotro actually does have tasks.
Let's get started.
Hey, it's the boy's mother, and she's fine, everyone. She's fine. We got this. Oh no. Spiders!
I thought everything was out to get us. Feel your
You know what? You're right, Hazardous. Objection rescinded.
ugly perfume. Run while you can.
To be clear, though, World of Warcraft quests are not tasks. Tasks are different. Tasks are like quests with no meat. I don't want to get defensive, but the overwhelming majority of WoW quests are meat content. They are MSQ or primary optional content. No, tasks is when you go to a board and it says, please go kill 3 things of bandits. And then you wander off and you kill 3 things of bandits. You go back to the guy and he says, thank you. And that's it. That's a task right there. Well, first thing you do is you get rid of the Kuhn. Then you get rid of the Teventer. Then you get rid of the darkspawn. And then you get rid of the spider. Yeah, plus 5 rep. Woo, that's it. That's a task. It is the lowest of the low when it comes to the hierarchy of quests.
Blessed are the peacekeepers, champions of the just. And the stars stood still, the winds did quiet, and all animals of earth and air held their breath. All was silent in prayer and thanks.
And that's a task. The only nice thing is you can turn in multiple at once. The thing is, yeah, tasks are not inherently a negative. So,
I've got a cousin in the Templars. He says the mages in the tower out on Lake Callanhad are all turning into demons.
They always say that, though.
Well, this time it's true. They're not sure what to do about it yet, he says.
What's to do? I thought you killed them.
Easier said than done. Mages pick a fine time to go turning into demons, I tell you.
yeah, everything goes to hell at exactly the same time. It's almost coincidental.
Any luck with that poison? Or you here to see my stock?
I got what you asked.
Splendid! If those beasties come on my land, I hope it teaches them a lesson. Yeah, there's enough gold to cover any of your expenses and then some, eh?
Okay, let's get out of here.
So, why don't them mages just whip up a spell and make those darkspawn go away?
Because they're damned useless, that's why.
Hey!
You've been out to the market. There's not much to be had.
There isn't likely to be more anytime soon, that's for sure.
You can donate for up to 3 things at the same time, Lucas Slaughter. That's the system, that's the work. Doesn't matter if it's a block or not. Oh yeah, speaking of which. We have just finished everything, Evo. Almost everything. We didn't do the traps quest because... There we go. I don't know if I agree that Iron Bull is good people, but we'll talk about that much later. Don't do it, Ice Frost. Don't do the same thing you always do, he says as he plays a mage. In fairness, I almost never do an elemental playthrough, so this will be kind of new to me. Not completely new, just kind of new. Leaning new.
As you wish.
Alright, one last look, because this might be the last time I ever see lothering. Ever.
Someone help us!
What that did. Not what I was trying to do, but sure. Guys, where's my party? Oh, Jesus Christ, where's my party?
Direct me.
Why are you here? How are they on hold? Why are they on hold? How did they get to be on hold? No, don't. There. Now there's no hold button. Well, we'll be playing a mage in both 2 and 3. If that makes you feel any better, Ice Frost. And we're dead. Well, at least Sten has a weapon now. So that should help a little bit.
Hopefully you
I
do
know,
not fight
speaking
as
of which.
surely as you smell.
It's your time to die!
We have to help them!
They're fine, they're fine.
Watch out!
As you wish.
I tried to be merciful.
You cannot win!
Yeah, just think. It'll be the first time we ever get to see our beloved brother in Dragon Age 2. Well, first time I'll ever get to see him.
I need healing soon.
I mean, if you've only ever played WoW Vanilla, then I don't blame you for that perspective at Qualitas, but WoW quests have been main content since Wrath. That was a long time ago. Yep, I can't wait to give Carver negatives. All the negatives. So, thank you, Lucas Slaughter, very, very much. I do always and ever appreciate. Thank you. And it looks like you're putting that towards the 3 trails blocks, which is no problem. So I'm going to jot that down really quick. 4 trails, skyblock, trails, crossbell, duology, and trails of cold steel block. Now, I have to manually write this down. Then someone else puts it into a spreadsheet. Then I take that spreadsheet and put it into a website, which I then eventually put onto the actual website. But if you want to see the end result of where we keep track of all that stuff, after all the paperwork is done, you can type !list into chat right now. And if you do, that's the page that will be updated with where everything's at and all the donations are being kept track of. If you want even more information than that, you can type another command, which I can never remember, which brings you the who's put money towards what list, which is a lot more detailed list of that. It's not avocado. I'm actually looking up right now because I don't remember what it is. It's apparently sheet. !sheet gets you the far more detailed list. The sheet list is almost always more up to date than the website because the website is actually 2 separate additional steps on top of the sheet. But either way, that's where I keep track of all that. Oh god, publicly.
Alright, battle is you or me.
It did. Mighty timely arrival there, my friend. I'm much obliged.
You're welcome.
The name's Bodon Feddick, merchant and entrepreneur. This here is my son, Sandal. Say hello, my boy.
Hello.
Road's been mighty dangerous these days. Mind if I ask what brings you out here? Perhaps we're going the same way.
I doubt you'd want to be in the company of a Grey Warden.
Grey Wardens? My, that does rather explain a lot. No offense, but I suspect there's more excitement on your path than my boy and I can handle. Allow me to bid you farewell and good fortune, though.
Goodbye.
Now then, let's get this mess cleaned up, shall we?
Yes, everyone say hi to the Maker. We've all been debating if the Maker exists, but he's right there. Say goodbye to lothering, everybody, in my ugly hat. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom... Disbelief, Lothario.
Bad dreams, huh?
That did not feel like a dream.
Well, it is real. Sort of. You see, part of being a Grey Warden is being able to hear the darkspawn. That's what your dream was, hearing them. The archdemon, it talks to the Horde, and we feel it just as they do. That's why we know this is really a blight.
Why didn't Duncan just say that?
He did. He said he felt the archdemon's presence. Everyone just assumed he was guessing. It takes a bit, but eventually you can block the dreams out. Some of the older Grey Wardens say they can understand the archdemon a bit, but I sure can't. Anyhow, when I heard you thrashing around, I thought I should tell you. It was scary at first for me, too.
So, I'm going to say something that I know is going to be very unpopular, but I don't care. One of my playthroughs, I went out of my way to not recruit darkspawn. Because that way I wouldn't hear the barking in the camp scenes. Because I hate the sound of barking. I always have since I was a child, and I still do to this very day. I hate the sound of barking. It is one of the biggest reasons why I'm not a dog person. Despite understanding that dogs are lovable and kindly and awesome creatures who are, you know, super positive and blah, blah, blah. As long as they don't bark. I hate barking. Any other surprises I should know about?
Other than dying young and the whole defeat the blight alone thing, no. I'm all tapped out for surprises. Anyhow, you're up now, right? Let's pull up camp and get a move on.
I believe we did, Five, because he's just whoa, 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 whoa. So here's the camp. Now, we keep comparing this game to Baldur's Gate 3 and how this game is better in every way, shape, and form ever, ever, ever. But I think it's a good thing to mention that one thing I do think Baldur's Gate 3 does substantially better is is the camp. The Dragon Age camp is this camp. This is it. This is it. You're looking at it right here. Enjoy it, because we're going to see this a few 100,000 million billion trillion times. In Baldur's Gate 3, the camp varies based on the zone you're in. The specific zone, not even just the region. That's cool. I like that. We even gave it positives. This will not be getting that.
My timely rescuer, Bodon Fennick, at your service once again. I saw your camp and thought to myself, what safer place to rest for the evening than in the camp of a Grey Warden? I'm perfectly willing to offer you a fine discount for the inconvenience of our presence. How does that sound? Good? Yes?
Didn't you just... Have you been following us?
I can see why you might be suspicious, being a Grey Warden and all. Were I in your shoes, I would feel the same way. Trust me when I say that my encountering you here was serendipity and nothing more. I travel a lot, so I'm bound to meet everyone on the road eventually. If you prefer, I'll take my boy and be on my way. But regretfully, you're the safest spot on this road, without a doubt.
Translation, here's a vendor who will always be in your camp, magically.
Anything, everything, but all of the finest quality. No cheap trinkets here. And my boy Sandal happens to be a bit of a hand with enchantments. Oh, yes. Sadly, it also makes us a target for bandits and the like. If there were spare hands to hire as guards, I would have done so long ago.
MSQ stands for Main Story Quest. What I used to call primary mandatory. So, when it comes to video games, defining mandatory is actually trickier than you'd think. Because there's a lot of content in games that you would think is mandatory that actually isn't. The example I like to devolve to is Mass Effect 2. The amount of stuff you have to do in Mass Effect 2 is very minor. There's only a few things you have to do in that game. In this very game, the only stuff that's MSQ is your origin, your main origin, not the side quest during your origin. Going through Ostagar to get the vials and the papers. Going up and killing the ogre. Running through Lothering and not doing anything. going straight to Denerim, and then going to do the final quest of the game. That's MSQ, by definition, right there. Now, there's some asterisks attached to that, but you get my point. So there's primary mandatory and primary optional, which I think is a more... is a better way to describe things than just saying primary and secondary. Because secondary usually implies something a little more secondary. Secondary, no you don't, Ickenclaw. Secondary is other little side stuff on the side, like, you know, recruiting sten, for example, would be qualified as secondary, you know, stuff like that. Then there's tasks, which is the super optional stuff that we barely even acknowledge as existing. But anyways, you're free to stay. Just mind yourselves.
Wonderful. Thank the kind lady, won't you, boy?
Thank you, kind lady.
We won't be a bother to you and your companions, I assure you. If you should need enchantments, simply talk to my boy. Otherwise, come speak with me.
So now we have access to enchantments.
Hello.
The boy's a bit simple, but he's rather good with enchantments. One of those tranquil fellas actually called him a... what was it now? A savant. I had no idea such a thing existed.
Actually, you can Orcano, but that gets into the asterisk territory I already mentioned, which is why I'm leaving that alone. By my own definitions, I would say the primary quest of each major zone, you know, doing Orzammar, doing the Elves, doing Redcliffe, the Mage's Tower, Lothering, by definition, Denerim, Landsmeet. I think that's actually it. All of that would be MSQ. What kind of enchantments does he do?
He can fold lyrium into almost any weapon or piece of armor, though naturally some of the more extravagant materials will take more lyrium than others. It's a process that some of the master smiths back in Orzammar will perform, but my boy here is just as adept at it. Isn't that right, boy?
Enchantment!
And there you have it.
Do I have any enchantment on me?
Enchantment!
I'll have to look it up, Lord Harriman, but I know you can. So I'd have to look it up. Lyrium. Spoilers. That's my thoughts on there. Who has that blade? Nobody have that blade? It's in the inventory, isn't it? There it is. Oh yeah, let's give that to... well, hang on, so let's do this.
Enchantment? Enchantment!
I don't find Sandal irritating, but I am joking, to be very clear, when I call him the Maker. That's just the joke. Yeah, so, okay. Hang on, I'm being hit by multiple questions in multiple directions here. So, first of all, the reason the terms MSQ are vague is because it's actually a little bit down to interpretation what MSQ is. Because in a lot of games, it's entirely possible to, either by design or not by design, to completely skip content. Morrowind is a perfect example of this. In Morrowind, what is required to beat the game is very, very, very little. You have to reach a dungeon, get an item, go kill a guy, get his item, and then go do the final dungeon and beat the game. There's a reason the Morrowind speedrun is however many minutes it is. I'm not actually sure. I'm going to look it up really quick. Hang on. 2 minutes and 28 seconds is the current record for Morrowind. So, yeah. Then there's a reason for that. It's because what you actually need to beat the game is non-existent, really. Now, obviously, that's in the realm of speedrunning, but that's why this is the kind of thing that's debatable. And why it's kind of a vague thing. I usually try to define MSQ as what is clearly intended to be mandatory to beat the game. So, in other words, well, that is exactly what I was talking about, Lord Harriman. In other words, going through the primary thread of the quests as was designed, the main story quest, the exact the very definition of the word MSQ. So in Morrowind's case, it would be, you know, going through the first town and going to talk to the dude and finding out about a skooma addiction and then getting to level 4 and blah, 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 blah. Doing that chain, that's MSQ by the way I tend to define things. So, again, in this very game, each of the major zones and the Landsmeet at Redcliffe and Denerim and the final battle, that's MSQ. I don't like to get into those kind of definitions discussions because it varies from game to game, because there are quite a few games that allow you to skip quite a bit of stuff. So Rebel of Danu asks, what do I have any precise standards for what makes violence, gore, or sex appeal negative worthy? No, is the immediate and obvious answer to that. The most immediate answer I have is I know it when I see it. I don't usually have a strict set of definitions for something that's a positive or a negative on purpose. It's part of the design of the system. It's all case by case. Everything is case by case. There's no automatic positives and there are no automatic negatives. And so whether or not something bothers me or not depends on whether or not it bothers me. I know that's an extraordinarily vague answer, but it's the truth. The Supreme Court standard. I'm going to try not to be insulted by that, Caspian. Let's see. I was going to give another example, and of course now I can't think about it, but that's the soft answer. That's the vague answer. I'm trying to think if there's anything in Dragon Age 2 or Inquisition that I find bothersome, and I don't think there is. Because, the word is squick, but the problem is squick is relative to the individual. What one person finds... Squick is defined by the person, so you find this squick, but I find this squick, and they find this squick. But these are all different things. We all have different tolerances and different... acceptability ranges. I know it's a really bland way to put that, but I don't know how else to put it. Okay, so let's see. I think we're all geared up at the moment. I don't think there is any squick for me in Dragon Age 2, but we'll get there. Oh, nope. I just thought of one. Hang on, I can think of one thing that's squick for me in Dragon Age 2. There's probably others. I will admit that I want Kirkwall to burn to the ground, but, you know, that's its own thing. Let's see, what do I need here? 34, it looks like. I'm glad you like Kirkwall. I want to burn it to the ground. Screw Kirkwall. All right, just look, it's the only solution, Meadfist. We just need to etch-a-sketch Kirkwall out of existence. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. My favorite part about Kirkwall is the giant slave statues they just left out front for all to see. That was actually the specific thing I was referencing that occurred to me, Evo, that I would qualify as quick. All right. So there's the DLC quests. We're going to ignore those for a second.
Oh, why, you little...
What?
Your furry friend here took offense at me getting near his food. He snapped at me, look.
That's a warning. He could have easily taken your hand off.
Don't you think I don't know it? Sometimes I forget that he's a war dog. That'll teach me. What do you need?
You want to talk about Duncan?
You don't have to do that. I know you didn't know him as long as I did.
I just thought you wanted to talk, honestly.
I should have handled it better. Duncan warned me right from the beginning that this could happen. Any of us could die in battle. I shouldn't have lost it, not when so much is riding on us, not with the Blight and everything. I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize.
I'd like to have a proper funeral for him. Maybe once this is all done, if we're still alive. I don't think he had any family to speak of.
What about the other Grey Wardens?
I don't know. I have no idea what the Grey Wardens do for them when they fall in battle. Have you had someone close to you die? Not that I mean to pry, I'm just...
No, I went to the tower.
That must have felt a lot like when I got sent to the Chantry. You mages don't even get a say in the matter, after all. Thank you. Really, I mean it. It was good to talk about it, at least a little.
Anytime, Alistair. Alistair approves. So, speaking as someone who's never experienced that loner, could you run me through it, please? Nice nurse, Rebel of Deneau. Well, that's obvious, Django. So, for the purpose... And now he loves us. For the purposes of a review, games in the future cannot, by definition, affect the review score of games in the past. Or, put very simply, Mass Effect 1's review cannot... its score cannot be affected by Mass Effect 3's, only vice versa. Having said that, Mass Effect 3's score could absolutely be affected by Mass Effect 1's, and, well, that leads us immediately into how we're going to be dealing with that. I guarantee you we'll be talking about external continuity in both of the upcoming games. There we go. Sorry, Wilybots had crashed on me. Someone broke Wilybots!
Why are we stopping?
We're working together. I thought maybe I should get to know you.
There are darkspawn to be fought. Is this delay needful?
I need to know if I can trust you at my back.
I am Kunari. I have given my word to aid you. We are not people of idle promises.
Do I think Dragon Age 4 is even going to come out? Here's the answer I keep giving to that. This is the odds, I say, of Dragon Age 4 coming out right here. And this time it was Tales, so it is coming out. I'm dead serious about that. I say it facetiously to try and add some levity to the situation, but no. I think it is straight up 50% chance of it coming out, yes or no. Tell me about your people.
No.
Why not?
People are not simple. They cannot be summarized for easy reference in the manner of, the elves are a lithe, pointy-eared people who excel at poverty.
You were in the army?
I am.
Am in the army. You ever fought in a war?
I have always fought in war, human.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
My people have been at war since the moment we set foot in the Northern Islands.
So the Kunari do not come from the islands?
We do now.
Who are you fighting?
The enemy is everywhere. The jungle itself. Vipers, hunting cats. Even some of the flowers can kill the unwary. And always there is the Imperium. And the Talvashoth.
The Teventer, I hear they're loverly.
Because they fight us, of course. The Teventer want nothing more than our absence. They tell us this with magic and steel and death. I do not see how this matters. Seheron and Parvolan are distant. Ferelden and the Darkspawn are immediate.
You know, you were in that cage for weeks. Are you alright?
You are concerned. No need. I am fit enough to fight.
We should go.
As you wish.
Yeah, I actually got approval out of that. So... interesting, Loner and Valvedrix. That's... interesting. So let's see what happens for us. 'Cause I'm curious now.
You're a hard woman to find. Where are my manners? The name is Levy Dryden. Did Duncan ever mention me? Levy of the Coins? Levy the Trader?
Nope.
Really? He never told you of old Levy? We've known each other for years. But here I am carrying on while you have a blight to stop. Don't want to waste your time. But you see, Duncan promised that together we'd look into something important for the wardens. And for me. But poor Duncan's... well, no more. A tragedy it is, at that. But I know he would want his work carried on. His pledge fulfilled.
And what promise did he make you?
My family, well, past a bit checkered to see. Nobles look at us with disdain. My great-great-grandmother, Sophia Dryden, was the last warden commander of Ferelden back when the wardens were known as freeloaders. So King Arlen banished the wardens, and he took House Dryden's land and titles.
Okay.
Hard to say. After King Arlen died, there was a civil war, loads worse than this one. And our family was on the run, hunted by enemies, with nary a friend in the world. But Drydens are tough. We rebuilt, became merchants, and we never lost our pride.
Okay. Surprised you kept your name.
Our family's only crime was guarding the kingdom against the Blight. We're not ashamed of that.
Mm-hmm. So what favor exactly did you procure from Duncan?
I asked for the truth. My family reveres Sophia Dryden. We know she died at the old Grey Warden base, Soldier's Peak. We want evidence to clear her name. It won't restore our land or our titles, but it'll restore our honor.
I haven't even heard of Soldier's Peak.
Well, no one's been to Soldier's Peak since Arlen's days. At least none that's come back. I spent years mapping the maze of tunnels to the peak, and I found the way a few years back. So I went to Duncan, I did, and I said that he could reclaim the old base and my family could have its honor.
Mm-hmm. So why do you think this will help the Wardens exactly?
Soldier's Peak is strategic and symbolic importance. Duncan said that it would be worth it right there. He also hoped to recover lost Warden history and perhaps a few old relics. No one knows what's up there now.
Hey, Dolphins Gamer. Hope you're having a good day. So why didn't Duncan help you?
Darkspawn surfaced in southern Ferelden, and Duncan got plenty busy recruiting new Wardens and meeting with good King Calen. Duncan said he would help after the Battle of Ostagar. Said there might be useful things at the peak, but he never had the chance.
Alright, I'll help you.
1,000 blessings upon you, Warden. I'll mark down the location on your map. When you arrive, we'll pick our way through the tunnels together.
I do remember the controversy about this, even though, ironically, I never experienced it myself. The whole DLC. The way they handled the DLC was awful. But I don't think I can give a negative for it, because it wasn't really the game's state at launch, and it's not the state of the game that we're reviewing right now, which are the two things we care about. Triexia says, do I agree with the idea that Tevinter is only playing nice with the southern countries because they have to deal with Qunari? Yes. Which, of course, leads to one of the most common questions we tend to get on these streams. If you had to pick one side to win, who would you pick? The Tevinter or the Qunari? Yeah, that's another interesting thing. Because, again, the way this tends to work... Kind of loner, yeah. Because... So, there's a twofold thing here. First of all, we're obviously reviewing the version of the game that we're reviewing. This is... I've talked about this so many times. It's always relevant because even ignoring the obvious big sweeping stuff, there's usually individual variances between versions, or patches, or in some cases, even localizations. So, yeah, in several... the specifics of the score can and will change based on the exact version of the game we're playing, which happens to be this exact version of the game. As of this point in time, all the DLC just comes with the game. Even if you don't have the Ultimate Edition. This is something we actually verified yesterday. If you go to... or yesterday or Saturday, excuse me. If you go to download the game, and you just let it sit there for a moment, it will automatically be like, oh yeah, here's all the DLC. It just comes with Dragon Age at this point. Exactly, Croatia. That's exactly right. And yeah, that came up with massive... It comes up with a lot of versions, a lot of games we cover. So... the version of the game we're playing right now here is, here's all the DLC, which arguably is the state the game should have been in. It has been patched into acceptability, which is something we acknowledge when it comes to games that get patches like that. Make sense? If it doesn't, that's okay. Because, yeah, I was going to say, Diablo 3 would not be the best reviewing game we've reviewed so far, if not for the fact that we acknowledge the many, 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 many patches that brought the game up to the state that it's currently in. And, of course, Diablo 3 would have reviewed differently if we were playing the console version. Because it would have had different features. Some negatives would be absent, but some positives would be absent, and so on and so on.
What do you wish of me?
I was going to ask you something.
If you must.
How'd you become a shape changer?
I was not born such. 'Tis a skill of flemeths, taught over many years in the wilds. The chastened have tales of we witches, saying that we assume the forms of creatures to watch them from hiding. When a child is alone and separate from his tribe, that is when we strike, dragging the young boy kicking and screaming to our lair to be devoured. A most amusing legend.
But just a legend, right?
So I assume. My mother has walked the wilds far longer than I. Who am I to suggest what things she has done and not done in her past? Why do you ask? Is there something specific you wish to know?
Can you change into the human forms?
The form of an animal is different from my own. One may study the creature, learn to move as it does, think as it does. In time, this allows one to become as it is. I gain nothing by studying another human. I already am the same as they are. I learn nothing. So the answer is no, my human form is the only one I possess.
Interesting way to look at that. Oh, and yeah, very good example, Lucas Slaughter. If we review Witcher 1, the voice acting's not going to review pretty well, because the voice acting is not very good in English version. Witcher 3, by contrast,
Anyone with sufficient will. But the act of transformation is a magical one. 'Tis a spell and thus requires a mage's talents. Indeed, you could learn the spells required if I cared to teach you.
Do you spend a lot of time as an animal?
There were nights when the wilds called to me, 'tis true. You look upon the world around you and you think you know it well. I have smelled it as a wolf, listened as a cat, prowled shadows that you never dreamed existed. But my life is as a human. I am under no illusions to the contrary.
And yeah, by the way, we also have several precedences for this, because there are plenty of games we've covered which were designed for Japanese voice acting. Final Fantasy X comes to mind immediately, which sounds just fine sounds just fine in Japanese, but that's not the version we're reviewing. And so we give negatives because the voice acting kind of sucks in English. Stuff like that. So what do the other animals think of you?
They do not shy away from me. To their senses, I believe I seem like any other of their species. As to what they think, I truly cannot say. Just as I am still human, no matter my form, they are still animals. Thus they cannot speak, even were I to ask.
Never heard of magic like that before.
No? 'Tis not unheard of in the remote corners of the world. There are traditions of magic outside of the circle of magi, despite what those mages would have you believe. Some of these traditions are old, indeed, passed down as carefully guarded lore from one generation to the next. The zealots of the Chantry would uproot all such practitioners if they could, but as luck have it, some still exist. My mother is such a one.
Interesting. I suppose that's open to abuse.
Not all apostates use the forbidden blood arts. Maleficarum do, but to condemn all who do not fall under the circle's thrall for the sake of what might be is a dangerous path to walk. There are those who look on the word apostate as meaning freedom.
That's all.
Indeed. Have you an opinion on my abilities, then? Am I an unnatural abomination to be put to the torch?
No, your fashion sense is what makes that happen.
A most practical opinion. Far more so than any man I have spoken to. But enough of such talk. Let us proceed, lest the dust gather on us.
Right. Almost assuredly, Lothario. I would be shocked if there aren't console-specific bugs when it comes to Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm not even talking about the control scheme, just the fact that it's different hardware. For a game that was designed for PCs. That's, you know, that's normal.
Yes?
I should go.
Well, here I am.
No, that's... Okay. What are we doing in Lothering's Chantry?
What is meant by someone like me?
You know, a beautiful, charming. I can't even. I like option 3. Sanctimonious, preachy, like all those Chantry zealots. You don't seem like you belong in a cloister.
Did you think I was always a cloistered sister? The Chantry provides succor and safe harbor to all who seek it. I chose to stay and become affirmed.
Affirmed?
We affirm our belief in the Maker, in Andraste and the Chant, but other than that, there are no vows taken.
And why is that the ugliest suit in the game?
I was a traveling minstrel in Orlais. Tales and songs were my life. I performed, and they rewarded me with applause and coin. And my skill in battle? Well, you pick up different skills when you travel, yes? Yes, of course. Let's move on.
You're a wonderful liar, Leliana. Yep, she's wearing chitin. So there's our quests. All nice and highlighted. You know, I don't think I've ever done Soldier's Peak first. Oh, never mind. Apparently we can't do it. Alright, sure, whatever. Let's leave.
Let's get started. Indeed.
Indeed.
Yes.
This should be fun.
And here we are. Soldier's Peak.
Nice fort.
Maker's breath. Look at the size of her. What a fortress. I told you the map would get us through the tunnels.
How'd you find that path on your own?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Just admit it, you were lost a couple of times.
I wasn't lost, it's just that the map got soggy. Bah! We're here. So, I'll follow you about, from a distance. This place has the stench of death. I expect there's trouble up ahead.
Some people call this place the Lost Peak. Before King Merrick's decree, the last Grey Wardens of Ferelden lived here. I just got chills.
I suppose we could oh, we can't actually do it at the moment. Oh, sorry, Alistair. Not bringing you. This should be fun. Let's make sure everyone's set up proper, like. I want you to be an archer. I want you to be ranged. Or actually, no, I've just remembered what that's going to do. Anyway, let's go back to default. Does she even have that ability yet? We're going to find out, won't we, Evo? I'm actually quite curious. But the direct answer to your question is, I do not know. Okay. Oops. All right.
Fall back! Fall back already!
Taking the peak will not be easy, my lord.
I gave the wardens one chance to die with honor. Instead, they hole up like cowards. We follow the king's advice, then. Starve them out.
But the peak has months of supplies.
Then we wait. When they are too weak to lift their weapons, we will send them to their final judgment.
Whoa, what was that? Felt a bit woozy there. I'm not mad, am I? You saw it too?
I've heard an Orlesian ballad about something like this. A beauty trapped in a dream. In the song, Belisa never wakes up.
Your prissy friend here is making me nervous, Warden. How's this even possible? The place must truly be haunted.
I mean, if the veil's thin, or if there's lyrium.
The veil?
Yeah, it's what separates us from the Fade and demons.
Demons? Thank Andraste you came, Warden. After you.
Yeah, sure, sure. Oh no! This is my shocked face. Do this. Wrong button, wrong button.
Sometimes.
Should not have taken as long.
Victorious.
It's a good question, Triaxia. I'm not sure. Wardens taking political power would have either led to the Wardens becoming an actual state in their own right, or, I would say more likely, everyone else dogpiling the Wardens. For upsetting the status quo. Wardens have no noble claims, after all. Interesting battle music.
Another battle on it.
Why are you not... Use the damn potion. A country of commoners, I believe is what you were trying to say, Loner. Well, like I said, Traxie, I have no idea. What you're asking is a sea change. So, who knows? Obviously, the king had enough loyalists to back him during her play. So, shrug. Oh, we're dead.
Hurry. Delightful.
I wonder.
Let's make this quick.
Yep, that's what I was expecting to happen. Behold my power. I have gained the power of rock and stone. God, the walking sound effects. Oh my god, the icon does have a smiley face. Look at it. Yes, now we're playing Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate, excuse me. Oh, that's funny. I have not regretted that mod one bit. Rolling.
The men's morale is low. My spells are of no use in this matter, Commander.
There is more to leading men than sorcery, Avernus. I will remind them that they're wardens. Men, I won't lie to you. The situation is grim. Our forces outnumbered, our bellies empty, and our hearts are sagging. But we are wardens! Darkspawn flee when they hear our horns. Archdemons die when they taste our blades. So are we to bend knee to a mere human despot? No! I, for one, will never give up. I, for one, will never surrender just to dance on Arlen's gallows. So I propose here and now, in these hallowed halls where generations of our brethren stood vigil against darkspawn and evil, that we send a message to that fat bastard. In this sacred place, proud men, strong men stood defiant, and would rather die than submit to tyranny.
So brave, even when starving, and my great-great-grandmother stood with them.
King Arlen was a tyrant?
Not much is known of King Arlen. The War of Succession that followed his death, now that was a piece of work. Lasted nearly a decade, and almost burned Denerim and the palace to the ground. Loads of history was lost, but maybe there's answers to that inside. But I've gabbed enough. Lead on, my friend.
I always love a good succession crisis. Yeah, 10-year-long civil war. As I say, wasn't that long ago that was the norm. There's... Hey, Sten, wear the... Oh, he can't wear it. It's me only. Fine. Oh, okay. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. And Leliana's dead. See you around, Jesse Ward. I hope you enjoy. And there's rage demons here. Of course.
You have no hope. Try that again.
Sophia, Arl Ron and his entire family have been slaughtered, even the children. The Ron line is no more, and the Arling belongs to the crown, for now. Arlen believes Ron was plotting against him. Ron criticized the king's spending on Winter's End, that is all. It was an idle word spoken out of turn. The king goes too far. His brain is filled with madness, and he clings to the crown like a drowning man clutches at a straw. I beg you, help us. If nothing is done, more will suffer.
On it.
I don't think I've ever heard about a king being paranoid before. That must be a new one. I think this might actually be the first game I've ever seen that does that.
Let's get started. Let's make this quick, shall we? On it. You should run while you can. I never liked this part. As you wish.
I think it's more likely most aren't really given the opportunity, Trihexia. You'd have to reach the wardens to volunteer. And it's not like they have a lot of presence when it's not during a blight.
Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance? The demons. Let's fight in this.
They really like this waves of enemy things. I hope this isn't indicative of the game design they'll use in the next game. Like, could you imagine? Just wave after wave after wave of enemies in the same spot over and over again.
Let's make this quick, shall we? I suppose violence is the solution.
It is done.
Sometimes. As you wish.
The door won't hold, Archivist.
Almost done. The truth must be told.
What does it matter? We're dead.
Our grand rebellion so close. And to die here, a stillbirth.
We never should have done it. Wardens aren't supposed to oppose kings and princes.
Should we stand idly by?
Another one. Rebellion? What's this about a rebellion? If only the book weren't burned.
Maybe there's other records.
We could only hope.
I just don't need it, Evo. I use it for targeting or selecting. Otherwise, it's not necessary. Like, you've probably seen me be like, oh, hang on. Aim the spell, and then immediately unpause. But that's about all you're going to see me do.
Make them pay for every inch, men! Hold the flank! Avernus, we need you!
Nelate obrasoth sifan net bekon.
Andraste's blood! What?
More Avernus! Whatever it takes!
Keli e ben photos
Victos!
Press them! Press them now!
No! I command you, fight the king's men!
Fool. So much death, suffering, and oh yes, blood. The veil is torn now. Your soul is mine, Avernus.
Acolytes, retreat now. The battle is lost.
Avernus!
What just happened? Oh no, more fighting.
Oh no, not more. Sorry. Back off a bit here. We're actually gonna pop this for this one.
Another battle, I see. Wipe them out. Come and get it.
Is that all of them? Yep, okay,
You forced our hands.
cool. I've always run under the assumption, which is probably wrong, Loner, because it's me, that they just have their own deals with the dwarves, and that's where they get their lyrium supply from. I have no idea if that's true or not, though, of course.
The wardens summoned demons. Can't believe it. And my grandmother, she knew.
So, speaking of more Dragon Age 2 parallels in this particular DLC, it's funny how if you push people up against a corner and threaten them with death, they're willing to do things that otherwise they wouldn't do out of desperation and fear. Such as, you know, summoning demons and using blood magic.
I believed that my family was better than that. But answers may lay up ahead.
I believe you are correct, Lord Harrimont. I do not know if the wardens bypass that, as in smuggling, or bypass that legally, because they're the wardens. It is also possible that they just never thought about it. We've already encountered 2 examples of underthought in this very game. Like, already, now.
On it.
Yeah, I'll use that. Well, that would be the latter, Lord Harrimont, because considering the Grey Wardens are totally cool with apostates and blood magic, it's within the realm of possibility that the Chantry is willing to look the other way in order to allow them access to lyrium. Now, the only other opportunity would be that the Chantry does not know about what the Wardens get up to, which... I don't know if I believe that one. Yep, 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 yep. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Be careful! Let us end this! Another battle, I see.
Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance?
I mean, considering even a random town guard was like, oh, you're gonna recruit this criminal. Okay. You have the right to. Yeah, I'd say it's at least common knowledge that they do, in fact, know about the right of conscription, if nothing else. So, plot twist.
Step no further, Warden. This one would speak with you.
Who or what are you?
This one is the Dryden, Commander, Sophia. All these things.
Grandmother?
You have slain many of the demon ilk to get here. This one would propose a deal.
Okay. Levi, your great-grandmother's possessed.
That, or she's really let herself go. My great-great-grandmother is dead. I don't know what that is.
Is there anything left? Oh, hang on. Tell me about your deal.
You can't be serious. There's nothing left of Commander Dryden. She's possessed.
I know.
Your fledgling should mind its place. Meek, subservient, quiet. This one will answer your question. The Soldier's Peak traps me. This one sees so many tantalizing places in the Dryden's memories. This one would see the world herself. For me to be free, into the Old Mage Tower you go and destroy. In return, this one seals the veil. No more demons, no more enemies. Your peak would be safe. Just let this one go into the world.
I agree with you, Lotario. Especially during a blight. I'm here on behalf of Levi. Tell me about Sophia Dryden.
This one knows all, but will only talk after the tower lies broken.
Right. What exactly am I destroying?
The magics, all moving things, the very stone if you have the power. Something inside keeps my kind locked away.
Right, and what exactly will you do if I free you?
This one will roam, this one will see, this one will feed. But without me, the veil will grow weaker. More demons, more misery. You choose just one of my kind, or many.
It is cool looking armor, but no.
Then you are a fool!
Like all kinds of no. I mean, the obvious answer would be a demon of desperation. But who knows? I heard someone in chat just mention it could be a demon of curiosity, too. There's a thought.
You will learn to fear me!
The only reason I don't buy Pride is Pride are usually a little higher tier than this. It is done. The nobles have thrown in their lot with Ireland, the snot-nosed man-child who did not walk till he was in his 5th year. Ireland, who had to be pried off his nursemaid breast not 2 years ago, or so it's whispered. The Terrans and Arls believed him to be a simpleton and easily led, but I've seen something in the boy's eye and it terrifies me. I watched the summer day processions from a room high in Fort Dracon. The regent has me for treason when my only guilt is being true to my country and my heart. My guard's tongue was easily loosened with the gift of a ruby ring, and I am told the bands are fighting against my sentence. I shall pray, but not hope that it'll be anything but the gallows for me. The draught was like bitter fire, but I survived. Weep for me, for I survived. Would that they had made a clean end for me. I would have died a lady, the greatest of the Drydens, not lived to become this Nothing. This monstrous nothing. Enough! I shall waste no more time with wretched, womanish lamentation. Death would have been easy, but fate saw fit to spare me, and I will seize on the chance. The Grey Wardens are an army. The old commander is weak. A wisp of a man. I will inspire the Wardens. And Ireland will rue the day he spared my life. And that's one of the other little problems here, because even though legally the Wardens get rid of all their claims and rights and ownerships and all those fun things when they become a Warden, reality land is not so ironclad. And this is one example of someone who joins the Wardens out of direct political intention. So,
Let's get started. This should be easy enough.
Oh, this could be good.
ugh, fine, I'll get the chest. Hang on, I won't get the chest. God damn it. Making me loot. Ugh. Negative to gameplay. Making me loot.
It is enough.
I am done with that one.
Exactly, Andy. Oh yeah, random amusement. You ever encountered a bear trap? Those things are absolutely horrifying. Not that I want them to be horrifying in the game, but it's funny to me that bear traps are treated like a mild inconvenience. It's like, oh, no. Okay, I'm free. Like, bear traps are terrifying. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, so, anyways.
Right.
I can't unlock it.
What now?
Here, Leliana, can you unlock this? Nope. Alright, so, moving on. Oh no, I stepped in another bear trap. Darn. What the? I did! Exclamation mark. You know, to praise Baldur's Gate 3 for just a second. If this was Baldur's Gate 3, you could just check my quest log and see exactly where we're at in the story. This is from... That's true, Lord Harrimont. That's true. Baldur's Gate 3 is the best game ever made. We gotta get both points. We have to call it the best game and the worst game ever made. That way, we piss off everyone. Is it 16 I want? Hang on. I don't know. This one. It is 16. I was right. The most irrelevant... Look, at this point, we just want to piss everybody off. That's just the goal. It's the worst, best game history made ever. I'm actually quite curious how these two games will score against each other. At least in the state that Baldur's Gate 3 is currently in. Because, let's be honest, if Baldur's Gate 3 gets a definitive edition, that's going to stomp. But the version of the game we played, the version of the game at launch, a lot more problematic. Yeah, exactly, Colgrim. That's going to get up there. Let's go with healer, because that's what I want you to do. Yeah, who knows? It is also within the realm of possibility we will never get a definitive edition. Larian certainly will want to make one, but it's not their decision. It's Wizards of the Coast's, or more accurately, Hasbro's decision. You know, I've been thinking about that exact same question, Lotario. Because if you ask me, let's assume that magically the definitive edition for Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, and it's exactly as good as we all think it's going to be. And it's out right now. Would I want to review it? No. I don't even have to hesitate on that. I have way too much other stuff to do with my life right now. So, no. I just finished Baldur's Gate 3. The last thing I want to do is jump right back into it. But in a long-term sense, a more realistic sense, I don't know. In a few years, you know, when the queue is finally a little more caught up and I'm not working ridiculously long hours all the time, maybe. We'll see. But it is a firm maybe right now.
Right.
You know, people keep joking about that cold room, and it keeps not happening. Head to the lottery list. I've got other things I'd rather hit with the lottery list, if I'm honest. Who just leveled? Leliana. That's what I thought. Although... I'm missing a song. Is that DLC? We haven't talked about spell combos because we kind of don't have any yet. Is Rogue Warrior vetoed? What the heck is Rogue Warrior? Would be my answer to that question. Oh, haha, Colgrim. Very, 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 very first thing I do, double check to make sure it's valid, Evo. I'm too pragmatic to do anything else.
Day 32. The subject is not responding to the stimuli. Testing the pain threshold has uncovered nothing. Only 3 subjects are left. Day 82. If only I could reproduce last night's extraordinary success. Electricity is only a catalyst. The blood is the key. Day 97. Energy and blood. Repeated applications have duplicated the results. I conjecture that success can be induced alchemically. But there are no more subjects left. If only I had 1 more, or a dozen. The things I could do.
Cool. That's cool. Drink the vial. Without hesitation. God, that's a big vial. Oh, that's not a vial. It's a vase. The second thing I do is cry, Evo. The third thing I would do is open a bank account with a specific bank. I'm not even going to tell you the name of it. It is a bank that caters to people who have to have... You cannot even open an account with them unless you're putting at least 7 digits into it. Yeah, we've upped our generation. Where is the negative from music? There it is. Either way, Gum Gum, I don't think I would veto it. I actually am aware of the game you mentioned now that you talk about it. But I sincerely doubt it would ever get funded, so... It would be one of those, are you sure you want to put money towards that? Kind of a deals. So that's your business, but, you know. Good luck. Oh, actually... The first thing I would do is dump all the money on your face, Evo. Physically, like just... I agree with you, Colgrim. That's why it's not codified yet. Nothing's codified. We saw this as Baldur's Gate 3. Very little is codified in games these long until we get to actually doing our mid-game audit. Yeah, she can do that. I have a crossbow, Leliana. A gift from me to you. Let's give you a dorky helmet. Leliana has to have a dorky helmet. Very important.
I hear you. Don't disrupt my concentration. Even now, the demons seek to replenish their numbers. Are you to thank for this welcomed but temporary imbalance?
How are you still alive?
Only just. I have only a short time left.
Careful. This man has dabbled in matters forbidden by the Maker. He may look frail, but don't trust him.
So the Maker told you that, did he? Short-sighted men have forbidden my research, not any god. Enough. Why are you here? What is your intent?
Nice ears. I've seen your experiments.
They were necessary. Any tool, any iota of information that could defeat the fell demons was justified. As a warden, you should know that.
He has a point there. If a single spell could win the battle, I would not question its source.
Your charming companion is quite correct. You do well to heed her advice.
Right. So the goal here is to get rid of the demons.
Agreed. This must be the first priority. The only priority.
Also, I'm here to recover the base.
An admirable goal. But in order to achieve this, the demons must be cut off forever.
So?
To what questions, I wonder? Ask.
The time for questions is over. Sophia's great-grandson brought me here. Levi, go ahead.
Master Mage, sir, my family name has been worth less than dirt for over a century. Do you have any proof that Sophia was a hero?
The boy who braved the mists. So you heeded my call. Ha 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 ha, and you are a Dryden. The cosmos has a sense of humor.
No, she's not really funny from what I've seen.
He was but a boy when he entered the tunnels below the peak. His heart pure, his character certain. In dreams, I gave him the keys he would need. He would be my deliverance.
Please answer Levi's question.
Your great-great-grandmother was the best of us. Brave, charismatic, fiery, utterly devoted to the fight. But still we lost. We fought against a tyrant, you know, so full of vigor then, so blind to consequence. But proof? There's none to be had.
Sorry, Levi.
I had hoped. But thank you, Warden.
Thank you, French philosopher. And remember, you can put that towards up to 3 things, not just 1. But I will at the very least put it towards the Resident Evil blah. Have you survived?
The Chantry foolishly forbids blood magic, but there are so many secrets to uncover. As my body decayed, I found ways to extend it. But that can only go so far.
No, French philosopher. They are both $2.43 or something like that. What was the purpose of your experiments?
To stop the demonic tide, to correct the miscalculations of the past. Blood magic comes from demons. They could counter every bit of law I knew. But the darkspawn taint, that is alien to them. And it has power.
What power?
The wardens use it merely to sense darkspawn. A triviality. My research has discovered so much more. Hinted at even greater heights. This knowledge could not only save Soldier's Peak, with it the wardens could grow even more powerful.
You're no better than the demons!
You've already read my research. But in time, with the proper materials, I could learn so much more. So be it. My only request, if justice or vengeance drive you, stay your hand until the demons are dealt with.
Yeah, let's go stop the demons.
We must go to the Great Hall. There, I will repair the damage I caused so long ago. There will be peril. The demons will fight us every step of the way. Come.
Yeah, could you tell us a few bits and details? The problem with this DLC is similar to Golems of Amgarak, or, well, Awakening. It's clearly meant to be done towards the end of the campaign, not in the middle of it. There's just too many ways this kind of breaks the carefully set up structure of the story that they have. I actually like the fact, and have given a positive to the fact, that we are new members of an old order and don't know what we're doing. It means that we, the players, can discover as the characters discover, and so they can reveal certain things as it becomes relevant. Cool. I'm with that. What I'm not with is the fact that there's this dude right here, and plenty of papers we could probably peruse regardless.
We must act quickly. The demons are clawing on the gates. The veil must be closed.
You got it, French philosopher. Give me one moment. Dragon's Dogma 1. Yeah, Dogma 1. There we go. And the StarCraft block. I assume you mean Golem, in which case it's a I have the exact same opinion everybody else does, Gum Gum. Nothing new to say there.
I will unravel the summoning circles I drew so long ago. Waves of spirits and demons may come through. Dispatch them. I will begin. First, I must summon the magical energies. I feel them. They're coming.
I mean, that's the exact same ratio we had. Well, I shouldn't say exact same. It's a very similar ratio to what Baldur's Gate 3 had. Games like this usually front-load most of their negatives by virtue of the fact that most of those negatives are system negatives, right? Interface negatives, or music negatives, or things like that. But then, generally speaking, what tends to happen is games like these tend to then accumulate positives once we actually start covering the actual content.
Let's make this quick! Is it just me, or do you actually think you have... Look at this mess!
Someone did donate for Golem, so it is on the list. We can determine what we think of it in more detail later.
Get it!
Alright, hang on. I need this to be right there. Or we can get interrupted. That's cool, too. Could you get this off me, please? Desired Demon. Desired Demon. RTR, Ride to Hell Retribution is actually not only on the list, it's funded. It's in the queue, Colgrim. You're probably thinking, well, when are we going to play it? We're going to play it when we play Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger.
Time for some fun! No more!
I'm not joking. And there's no facetiousness there. Those three games are all locked and waiting for something to happen.
Yes?
Sorry. I was trying to loot.
It's over. The veil is strong now. Stronger, at least. So what of me? Will you leave me to experiment in peace?
And yes, we'll be playing all the terrible games in one block. FF6, Chrono Trigger. Experiment away. If it bears fruit, I wish to know.
I feel I am close to a breakthrough. And now I can dedicate all of my time to research. I will share anything I learn with the wardens and with you.
Cool, so...
You've done it, Warden. Soldier's Peak is safe again. That old geezer of Avernus deserves the gallows if you ask me, but people will do queer things to survive. I would stay away from his lab. I think he needs more wardens for research. Ghastly, that. But there was no proof to redeem my family.
Your grandmother I'm not sure about, but you're a good man.
Well, thanks, Warden. For so long, I was focused on the past, on answers. But I think I would have been better off had I stayed at home. Enough of that, though. I find myself at a loss. You've got a whole fortress now. I suppose I should start plying my trade again.
Any chance I could convince you to stay on?
You know I'm no good in a fight, but I'm a fair trader if I do say so myself. My cousins have been looking for a safe place to store trade goods, and the Peak will do nicely. Whatever the Drydens have to offer are yours, for a sizable discount.
The barrier between this world and the next will hold, and in time the land's scars will heal. 'Tis done.
Random quest commentary there, but yay, quest complete. So... I mean, we've also literally just gotten out of the intro of Lecturefall. In fact, we just did a DLC immediately after finishing the intro, so... But no, that's valid. It's one of the reasons why I try not to do exactly what you're describing. Talk up a game. Oh, FF6 is the greatest game of all time. It's like, it's the super amazing, most awesomest thing ever, ever, ever. Well, I'm actually not going to answer you, Blade Taval, but we'll see. Oh, yeah, well, obviously, you know, because Baldur's Gate 3 is the greatest game ever, 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 ever. And I will never, ever, 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 ever make a song about the civvy. Where am I? Turned around. Listen, we've got to mute the game, Cole. Because screw us.
On it.
I can level, but I'd much rather piss off my viewers. None of it, Triaxia. There's one song that will probably cause us issues in Inquisition, but otherwise we're fine. Okay, well, that's Soldier's Peak. Hang on. I'm trying to remember which is which. Yeah, sure. That's it. Silker's Pass is the one I want. Gotta do a long rest. Very important. It's the one with singing, late of all. Hello?
You have coin, stranger? With Orzammar closed off, old Tegrin can get you a discount. Fine weapon and arms, dwarven made.
Fine dwarven crap. What's going on in Orzammar?
There's two things I'm here for. Travel or trade. Understand?
Okay. Well, what you got? Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Get rid of some of this stuff. Get rid of all of this stuff. Get rid of the generico stuff. Get rid of all this stuff. Yeah, there's a painting of a rebel queen. Mm. 12 gold for that. Oof. So this gives us a skill point. It's exactly what it sounds like, and it is, well, as you can see, the entire game so far we've earned 20 gold, and that thing costs 12. I was actually expecting something else. I don't see it. Blue satin shoes, that's of course for Leliana. Silver sword of mercy. I don't remember what that's for. That's part of audio balancing, which I believe we already jotted down a -4. It's currently in the question mark territory, which is why it's just the 1. We'll see, Colgrim. As weird as it may sound, it usually doesn't bother me, but we'll see. By memory, I don't consider it a big thing. Meh. Get out of here.
You'll have to forgive me if I seem a bit nervous. Not many people travelling in this part of Ferelden. Of course, that's part of my problem, isn't it? Mule got spooked by a wisp and ran off into the woods. Now what do I do?
What are you doing out here?
Waiting for my helper to find the damn mule, of course. It's freezing! Oh, I suppose you meant, why am I out here? As in this part of the country. Allow me to introduce myself. Felix de Grosbois, merchant and entrepreneur at your service.
Loretta, of the Grey Wardens.
A Grey Warden? That's quite impressive, isn't it? My word. I don't normally take this route, but with the war, I was hoping for a bit of luck and good weather in the mountains. Sadly, I've had neither. Ugh, this trip has been one miserable disaster after another. I don't suppose you'd consider helping a fellow out?
How?
Of all the other things that went wrong, the worst is this artifact I brought in Jada. It's a control rod, I'm told, for a golem. No point in me keeping it, however, as I'll never get to use it. But, maybe you could?
What's the catch?
The catch? Yeah, I suppose it is a catch, isn't it? The catch is that the golem didn't come with the rod. It's supposed to be down in a village down south, waiting to be activated. Even if I could get down there, which I can't, I understand the place has been overrun by darkspawn. But you're a Grey Warden, however. Darkspawn aren't an issue for you, are they?
So what's it do?
The dwarf I brought it from said it activates and controls a golem. So long as you have it in your hand, the golem does what you say. Might be useful, no? I mean, you look like the sort who could use one, yes?
I don't even know this works.
The fellow I brought it from is a long-standing contact. He didn't want to come to Ferelden, however, with all our troubles. He said he got it from the man who owned this golem. But to be honest, I have no idea if it will work. Hence the low price. What do you say?
How much do you want for it?
Nothing. I just don't want to have to lug around something that might be taken for a gemstone by some bandit. To be honest, I don't even know if it'll be useful to you. I paid too much to simply throw it away.
Alright, I'll take it.
Just as well. As I mentioned before, you'll find the golem down south, in a town called Honleith. I'll mark it here on your map. Just hold up the rod and say Dulaf Gar. That will wake the golem up, so I'm told. I hope it works.
Thanks.
Maybe you could look up the fellow who owned the golem before. If he's still about, that is. Best of luck to you then. Now, I guess it's up to me to find that mule myself.
Right. I mean, given the developers here, it would not surprise me, Loner, but I don't know. Yep, time to wake up a murder golem. Or, I mean... way down south. Look at that. And yeah, that's Alistair's voice actor. Oh no, wolves! By whom, Blade Cheval, would be my answer to that.
Right.
What do you wish of me?
To get out of the way, so I could loot. Thank you.
On it.
Him. So, what is known about the darkspawn by everybody? We know how they procreate. We know how they poison and affect others. We know that they are universally evil. They are acceptable targets. We know how archdemons work. We know how archdemons are a problem. We know how to sense them. I think that's kind of the list of things that we know. We don't know where they came from. We don't know how they get their supplies or resources. We don't know what level of sentience they have, if any. Yeah, I'd say that's a good list at the moment.
As you wish.
That's a good question, Evo. I know you hate random encounters in RPGs. I'll jot it down as a potential, and we'll judge it as we go. Random encounters, question mark. Yeah, ironically, the question we know the least about is where the hell the darkspawn came from. Right. And we do not have an answer to that question.
Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance?
Run while you stand.
You forced our hand to the king. Cursed creatures.
Yeah, there are a few individual fights encounters that I think are more worthwhile than the others. Like the random wolf battle we just did is kind of not one of those. The one where Wynn unlocks her next tier of power, a little bit more worthwhile. The Superman one is pretty good too. Do I consider Awakening as canon? Yeah. I've never seen anything to indicate it's otherwise. And whether I consider something canon or not is also not a question that needs to be asked, but that's neither here nor there.
Let's get started.
Yeah, there's the Zevran one. We actually have already had meeting Darkspawn. That's a valid one. Yeah, we've got all kinds of theories about where the Darkspawn came from.
Right.
And no facts. As I said before, the only thing I've considered concrete with regards to understanding where the Darkspawn came from is the scene I've referenced several times. And even that can be inferred in several different ways.
should be easy enough. Right.
That's out of gameplay to all. Although they do like to change how the darkspawn operate in-game across, or in lore across some of the games too.
Let's get started.
Nice town. A little overrun, but, you know, nice place. Yeah, so, of all the dumb reasons, the stated excuse for why Sten doesn't have horns has always bothered me. Because they were intended to have horns even back then. In fact, you can actually find concept art of Sten having horns. But he doesn't have horns because, well, we can't get the helmets to work with him, which makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Ignoring the fact that it's pretty easy to make that kind of a helmet thing work, as we've demonstrated in many, many, many other games over the years. There's also a really, really easy answer there. You either don't allow their helms to show, or you don't allow them to wear helms. Take your pick. Yes, this is a problem that was solved before this game came out. Never mind when this game actually did come out. So it's the weirdest excuse. It's like someone saying, yeah, I know I can't get across the street. And I'm like, but the crosswalk's right there. Like, no, I can't cross the street. You don't understand. It's over there. But anyways. Mistress Matilda, the council has unanimously agreed to put you in charge of the decorations for Honolith's upcoming Harvest Festival. We all adored what you did with the village for the winter solstice. As usual, the statue must be adorned with items that capture the essence of the season. Iris kindly offered the use of her wide-brimmed straw hat with berries and daisies, and would love to see it go on the statue. Farmer Goodman would also like to donate some of his baby pumpkins. We think a garland of small pumpkins and ribbons draped about the statue's shoulders would be lovely. Whatever you decide will be splendid, I'm sure, and we're all looking forward to it. I know, it's weird, Spartan. Ooh, who would have thought?
It looks like a golem, doesn't it? An actual golem, and not a statue at all. I wonder how it ended up here, of all places.
No, Dulif Gar. That didn't do anything. Ah, well, I wouldn't worry about it too much. What's really funny is, as has been pointed out, Kuhn is not a species thing, it's a religion thing. Which means there's plenty of opportunity to have had Sten be a human instead of, you know, a dragon person. But, shrug. Well, no. We're gonna get rid of all the birds as we go, Giga Pudding. That's the ideal, obviously. Let's go and grab Fireball. Sit on that anyways. I'm pretty sure that was true even in Dragon Age Origins, Blade Jamal. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure about that. I know that's codified by 2, because it's a point in 2. More than once, actually.
I'll do it.
Well, there's a really easy way to decide that, Spartan. All we have to do. Go here. Hang on. I gotta sign into the keep. I forgot about that. Yeah, sure, update. Yeah, sure, whatever. I mean, Origins is obviously canon as of Inquisition, duh. But Awakening, let's see here. There's Awakening. Looks like there are 4 decisions from Awakening which are carried forward into Inquisition, so I suppose that would be a yes. Will the keep count as a score in any direction? I think that's going to be a discussion when we get there. The keep is a neat little featurette. Really, I mean that with total sincerity, and we'll discuss it when we get to Inquisition. The problem is, it's not part of the game. And it's not part of the game in a very bad way. Here's the deal. How many of you have ever played Mass Effect 1, replayed Mass Effect 1 before they came out with the Legendary Edition? Mass Effect 2 and 3 are actually better examples of this, but you get the point. You probably think, who cares? Well, do you remember how much of a goddamn pain it was to buy some of the DLC? Or to sign in to the BioWare site that doesn't exist anymore? The keep is being kept on a website which requires you to log into your EA account, as I just did a few seconds ago. At some point or another, this is going to go away. And at some point in life, this is no longer going to be an accessible thing. And that sucks. And you see where I'm going with this, right? It's neat that the keep exists, but the keep functionality needed to be in the game. We needed to be able to fire up Dragon Age Inquisition, hit new game, and for it to be like, would you like to run the keep to decide your backstory? Now, you're probably thinking, that's insane. Well, we have precedence for that. It's called Pillars of Eternity 2, which does exactly what I just described. And yeah, considering that BioWare is on its way out right now, and there's a pretty good chance it will not exist as a company inside of a year, you see the problem. So we'll have the discussion in full when we get there, but my immediate thought is, no, the keep doesn't count, good or bad. Having said that, we will have to decide how exactly we're going to gauge the importing. We have a little bit of precedence on that, but, you know.
Let's get started.
It is unfortunate and frustrating that the further on we get into gaming, like in the gaming timeline, the more asterisks and situations we keep running into with regards to reviews, because people keep coming up with new and exciting ways to ensure that we don't get to play the games that we've already bought.
As you wish. Let's get started.
It's a good question, Loner. I don't know. I suppose it depends on how specifically it exports the file for Inquisition to read. Canon break team? Oh, that's a good question, Von Falkenstein. I don't know. Because, I mean, Sten and Darkspawn are the best option by far. That's not true. Zevran and Oghren are also a really good option. I don't know. We'll have to think about that. What movie was that? Steel. Anybody see that terrible, terrible film starring Shaquille O'Neal? You're probably thinking, what does that have to do with anything? The villain's plot in that game, this is not a joke, or that movie, excuse me. The villain's plot in that movie was to rent weapons out to people, but not actually sell them, and to set up a scam in order to ensure that people constantly had to rent from them and pay subscription fees in order to keep getting access to. Anyways. Better? I would say the darkspawn. More would be the Reapers.
It's your time to die.
I mean, the impossibility wasn't really the point I was making there, admittedly. Drink the... And we're dead. Oh, we're up. We're okay. We actually did go down, though. Of course we did. Game. Take the damn thing. There you go.
On it.
The darkspawn hypothetically can be defeated conventionally, although the reality of doing so would be kind of crazy. It is substantially easier, smoother, and quicker to go ahead and just, you know, take down an archdemon and then slog your way through the masses. Now, to my knowledge, nobody's ever tried to make a real attempt at actually pulling, you know, genociding the darkspawn, pulling their numbers down. But that might be a feasibility thing and a politics thing as opposed to nobody actually wants to. Pile fire. Madam, I can assure you the Circle of Magi is not a sacrilegious institution, and indeed we operate under the supervision of the Chantry. It would make our investigation of your husband's death much easier if you would simply cooperate with us. I am disappointed to hear that you sold the Golem's activation rod. I understand both it and your husband were of invaluable aid to King Marek during the war against Orlais. Without the rod, we cannot discern whether Wilhelm's Golem was responsible for his murder. The Golem will simply have to remain where it is until the villagers can find a means to destroy it. Our condolences to you and your son for your loss. I imagine it's of little consolation. Your husband is much admired and will be missed.
By the Maker, we're saved!
You weren't sent by the ban, were you? To save us?
No, I'm a Grey Warden.
A Grey Warden? Here! Thank the Maker for our luck! But if you weren't sent by someone, why are you here? If you don't mind me asking.
I mean, if you want to argue that this setting is permanently doomed because this is Warhammer, you could make that argument von Falkenstein. I personally disagree, because I think the Darkspawn are a finite threat, something I actually like about this setting, that it is not permanently doomed for the sake of pointless status quo, my opinion.
The statue outside? Why would... Oh, I think I see. You bought the control rod, didn't you? You came here looking for Shale.
Yeah.
That damnable golem brought us nothing but trouble. My mother sold the rod years ago after it killed my father, and good riddance.
killed your father. What do you mean?
My father's name was Wilhelm, mage to the Arls of Redcliffe and a hero in the war against Orlais. And what did he get? One day, my mother found him outside the tower, with so many broken bones she could barely recognize him, and Shale standing over him just like it is now. My father deserved better than that. But if you really want to wake Shale up, well, it's yours now.
Except the rod doesn't work, nothing happens.
My mother might have passed along the wrong command phrase when she sold the rod. She said she never wanted to see Shale active again. Look, I'll tell you the command phrase, but I'll need your help first. I know you already saved my life, and I'm grateful, but my daughter is inside the laboratory. She was afraid and ran too far in before I could stop her. I don't know how she made it past my father's defenses. One of the men tried to go after her. He was killed, but you could find her, couldn't you?
What killed the man who went after her?
There are defenses my father put down here to keep strangers out. I knew about the barrier, I had the key for that, but the rest of it, well, we never came down here. Ever.
I'll see if I can find her.
You will? Thank the Maker! My father's laboratory is just past the next area, I think. She has to be there.
Speaking of random questions about the darkspawn we don't know, how did they all end up in the deep roads? Like, we know what the deep roads used to be, but why are the darkspawn down there? Why is that their home turf, you know? Uh-oh, there might be stones down here. Need to be careful. Well, I know the archdemon kind of calls them down, but that doesn't really explain why the archdemons are down there. This looks like a safe room.
You will not fear me. Only one shall stand. You force the hand.
I don't know when Falker's done. I mean, I suppose that's the point, isn't it? I don't want to start anything, but there are so many questions and holes in this setting that it's honestly quite frustrating.
This should be easy enough.
Not the worst setting I've seen for that, but, you know, it's like, oh, why are they down there? Well, but... Okay. The interrogation... Hang on. Shale is acting strangely. I wonder if I should discontinue my experiments upon it. So near a breakthrough. Perhaps best if I focus on the demon. The demon almost managed to get away again. Tricky. Just have to be more careful. Young Eamon sent a letter asking me to return to Redcliffe. I'll have to consider it soon. Could it be? What an intriguing discovery, especially considering the demon was attempting to keep me from it at all costs. Or did it lead me to that information by seeming to deny it from me? I must discover the truth. I think it's time to dismiss this demon. It's too dangerous for me to continue holding it, and I cannot discount the possibility of it having some influence over the golem. Or is it my experiments? I will try to deactivate Shale for the time being and let me deal with the demon once and for all. Let it end here. And then, well, we know how that went.
As you wish. This should be easy enough.
Well, that kind of boils down to where the taint came from originally. And it's worth noting that it really is taint. Like, it's something that is poisonous and caustic to plants, animals, people, and souls. So, or souls is probably the wrong word, but, you know, like the more ephemeral part of a person. So, like, where the hell does it come from? What is the taint, and why is it such impacting on such a level? Oh, God, this thing. Oh, yeah, and lyrium. That's absolutely true. That was something we didn't find out until very recently. So, I'm gonna suck at this.
Don't cats like to be in trees? Oh look, someone's come to play. You have come to play, haven't you? We're playing a guessing game. It's better with more people.
Your father was worried.
Father? Oh, you can tell him I'm fine. Maybe he'll come and stay with us, too. Anyway, you should go if you're not going to play. Kitty finds you distracting.
Cat finds me distracting.
Kitty's clever. She says you want to take me back to my father, but I'm not going. She would be lonely.
You are so kind, Amalia. I would miss you dearly if you left.
Stay away from that creature, Amalia, now.
No! Leave me alone! Kitty!
Nothing you say will convince Amalia to go with you. She loves only me now. I am her friend, while you are just a stranger.
What have you done to her?
I have done nothing. I am all but powerless. The mage made sure of that, didn't he? I cannot leave this chamber. No, Amalia found me. After decades of isolation, her company is... welcome. It seems we are at an impasse, so let me propose a compromise of sorts. Release me, mortal, and let me have the girl. Let us return to her father and leave this place forever.
You mean possess her?
That's such a crude way of putting it. I do not wish to harm Amalia. I merely want to see your world through her eyes. Is that so wrong?
Keep in mind, we actually know what happens when a demon possesses someone. We've already seen it happen at least once. And we're a mage, so we should know plenty about how that works, at least in character. I will let you go, but you're going to leave the girl.
But I do like this one.
I like you too, Kitty.
But if it means escaping this prison, I am willing to leave on my own. I agree to your terms. The mage's wards hold me within this chamber, and only a mortal may approach them. There is a trick to disarming the wards, but I do not know it. Perhaps you will succeed where the girl failed.
Oh, this is so exciting! Kitty is going to be free!
Well, you see, Blaitevant,
Cat, and Kitty is so perfect.
the mage is but the larval form of something greater.
And pretty.
Alright, so I'm going to make a save right here. And in the interest of curiosity, I'm going to not look up the solution and see how we do with this. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I want everyone to, like, there we go. Stay there. Sliding puzzles. Alright.
I like it when Kitty sings to me.
At least it's not Tower of Hanoi, right?
On it. As you wish.
Actually, no, then. The fact that we take damage while doing it is just a little bit of a frustrating screw you on top of everything else.
On it. Right.
Father doesn't like cats, but he never met Kitty.
Game. There you go.
Let's get started.
0, Lothario. I noticed it immediately. Audio design. It's kind of one of my things.
Kitty says Grandpa Wilhelm locked her up in his room. Isn't that awful?
I mean, you know how it is.
On it. Let's get started. On it.
Or, whoops, wrong way.
He's my best friend.
I need to pull that out.
As you wish. As you wish. Let's get started. As you wish.
I was thinking about the sun, silly.
On it. As you wish.
This way. No, that doesn't work either.
Let's get started. This
Tell
should
me
be
a
easy
story.
enough. As you wish.
I like how we constantly talk about it, too, as we're doing it, so, you know, thanks for that, too, game.
On it. Right.
Oh, it's a flower. Is it a daffodil? I like daffodils.
As you wish.
I also play with headphones, Otaria. That might be part of it. Oh, and this is getting a negative to gameplay, to be very clear. If nothing else, this is an unnecessary irritant.
Yes. I can feel the magic fading. Oh, I had forgotten how it feels not to be caged.
Kitty? What's happening?
A wonderful thing, my dear, for both of us.
Because, see, here's the deal. The puzzle itself is honestly fine. But the nature of how you play through it, the fact that it can get, like, you can get kind of bugged on the terrain, the fact that you have to give the response each time you click a thing, and the fact that the fire does damage to you for no goddamn reason, it's just irritating. It's not bad, it's just irritating. Oh yeah, I've got like 5 more pairs of these 5. I bought them all when they went out of stock. So, keep your hands off the girl, demon.
I have changed my mind. I like the girl. I do not think I will find another like her.
Oh, so I get to go with you after all?
As a reminder, demons and spirits are not devils from Forgotten Realms. They are not bound by rules, magic, or anything else like that. They can do whatever the hell they feel like. So, no.
Ugh, I will take her anyhow. She is mine.
Kitty! You're scaring me! I won't let you inside me! I won't!
Oh yeah, PG-13 warning.
You
It's just me, your time to shine!
Think you had a chance?
What gave it away, Giga?
Stay still! As you wish.
Hey look, a helmet for Sten. Yeah, Morrigan disapproves. Yeah, used to seeing that. Don't worry, we're gonna kick Morrigan out of the party at some point. For variety. You know, truth be told, I don't think the writers even thought about genders for the demons and spirits. Can I? There we go.
As you wish. I cannot be defeated.
I mean, let's be clear. The reason the Desire Demons look like that is the same reason anything looks like that in these kind of games. Let's just get that out of the way, acknowledge it, and move on.
You did it! You freed her! Thank you so much!
I'm sorry I ran away, Daddy. I was so scared.
It's all right, Butterfly. You're safe now. All the bad creatures are gone. The phrase to activate Shale is Dulan Han, if you still want that bloody thing. I wouldn't if I were you. Now we should go, and quickly. Thank you again. We owe you our lives.
I know exactly who my Desire Demon would look like. Although I'm not sure she would find that particularly complimentary. We should go. No, see, I would see the mind players. There's a mind player. Just a mind player. It's just like... No, that's a bear. Hey, that's a bear. Oh, yeah. That's what I want. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. You know, that's a good question, Zeros. I haven't actually thought about it. I can't remember where I looked that up. We've only killed 112 things. Wow. Dulanhan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to HK-47 Mark II.
I knew that the day would come when someone would find the control rod. And of course, it is another mage. That is what it is. Yes? Yes. Just my luck.
Hello?
I stood here in this spot and watched the wretched little villagers scurry around me for, oh, I have no idea how long. Many, many years.
Oh, you poor dear. That would be really, really boring.
Then one wonders that you wouldn't be grateful to the one who allowed you to stretch your legs, Gollum.
Another mage, I see. Charming. I was just beginning to get used to the quiet, too. Tell me, are all the villagers dead?
No, I have not. And forgive me, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I apologize. I am familiar with Sci-Fi Debris, I just haven't watched his Dragon Age thing. I take it that wouldn't concern you.
Some got away, then. How unfortunate.
Do you have a name?
Perhaps. I may have forgotten after all the years of being called Gollum. Gollum, fetch me that chair. Do be a good Gollum and squash that insipid bandit. And let's not forget, Gollum, pick me up. I tire of walking. It does have the control rod, doesn't it? I am awake, so it must.
Is something wrong?
I see the control rod, yet I feel... Go on, order me to do something.
Okay, walk over there.
And, nothing. I feel nothing. I feel no compulsion to carry out its command. I suppose this means the rod is... broken?
It sounds like, you know, you should be happy about that.
I suppose if I can't be commanded, this means I have free will, yes? It is simply, what should I do? I have no memories beyond watching this village for so long. I have no purpose. I find myself at a bit of a loss. What about it? It must have awoken me for some reason, no? What did it intend to do with me?
Honestly, I hadn't given it much thought.
I see. Wonderful. I suppose I have two options, do I not? Go with it or go elsewhere? I do not even know what lies beyond this village.
What do you want to do?
I watched this village for so long, unable to move or act. My memories of anything before are vague at best. So I have no idea what I want to do. I'm glad to be mobile. Is that not enough?
Well, you are more than welcome to come with me.
I will follow it about then, for now. I am called Shale, by the way.
I am Loretta. Pleased to meet you.
This should be interesting.
So, sure, why not? Let's get rid of Leliana for the time being.
Yes.
And bring Shale. We'll go fire for now. Yeah, Shale has a similar problem to Darkspawn. There are some specific stats and permanent buffs that help, but they just suffer by virtue of not having normal equipment. There's only so much you can do about that. Equipment is such an equalizer in games like these that when you pull it away, you really got to work at it to make up for that absence. Well, you see nature damage. What? Yeah, we're gonna do Mage Tower next. But since we're here, let's hit the camp. Let's do that. Let's do that. Reminder, we're increasing our fees. Yeah, that's cool. Thanks. Thanks for that. I don't
understand. You look like a woman.
I am a woman.
You are a Grey Warden, so it follows that you can't be a woman.
Why?
Women are priests, artisans, shopkeepers, or farmers. They don't fight.
What if they don't want to be any of those things?
What does that have to do with anything? No one gets to choose who they are.
Right. Didn't you choose to be a soldier?
Of course not. It is who I am. That's not up to me. A person is born, Gunari or human or elven or dwarf. He doesn't choose that. The size of his hands, whether he is clever or foolish, the land he comes from, the color of his hair, these are beyond his control. We do not choose, we simply are.
So that's the Qun in one sentence. We'll talk a lot more about the Qun in Dragon Age 2, where it's more relevant, but a person can choose what to do.
Can they? We'll see.
I mean, there's no C here. I am a Grey Warden who fights. That is not something I was birthed into. So you're wrong already. Congrats. You did it. You failed. Anyways.
I once heard a really old legend about how the Hound Warriors in the days of the old tribes would feed their Mabari the flesh of the vanquished. Well, that's what I heard anyway. It would sometimes be human flesh.
No.
Oh, like you can tell the difference. For all you know, maybe you've already been fed something. Someone.
If you've had it and didn't know it, it was probably pretty tasty.
What do you need? Ask away.
So what can a Templar do, exactly?
Essentially, they're trained to fight. The Chantry would tell you that the Templars exist simply to defend. But don't let them fool you. They're an army. The other main purpose for a Templar is, of course, to hunt mages. To that end, we train in talents that drain mana and disrupt spells.
Couldn't others learn these talents?
Perhaps, but there usually isn't much of an opportunity. The Chantry keeps a close rein on its Templars. We are given lyrium to help develop our magical talents, you see. Which means we become addicted. And since the Chantry controls the lyrium trade with the dwarves, well, I'm sure you can put 2 and 2 together.
It's a nice system. And by nice, I mean terrible. So I assume you're addicted to this?
Thankfully, no. You only start receiving lyrium once you've taken your vows. You don't need lyrium in order to learn the Templar talents. Lyrium just makes Templars' talents more effective. Or so I was told. Maybe it doesn't even do that. The Chantry usually doesn't let their Templars get away either, so they can spread their secrets. I'm a bit of an exception. Lucky me.
Congrats.
What do you need?
And yeah, the whole lyrium thing is a pretty clear Ketracel White situation. And another layer of control for the Chantry. Although, I don't think they really go into that until the later Dragon Ages.
Ask away.
So, can you teach others to be a Templar?
I suppose I could. But I really would rather not. When the Grand Cleric let Duncan recruit me, she made me swear never to reveal Templar secrets outside of the Chantry. I'd rather not go back on my word.
Okay, I respect it.
Ask me later, perhaps. Maybe I'll change my mind. This is not something small you're asking, after all. What do you need? Ask away.
So, tell me about the Grey Wardens.
Such as they are.
Where's the nearest Grey Wardens from here?
That's a good question. There's plenty in Orlais, but who knows where they might be found. And the nearest Orlesian city is weeks away. If we go north and cross the sea, there's bound to be some in the Free Marches. Again, however, I just don't know where. I don't know anything about Grey Wardens in other lands.
Is there a headquarters somewhere?
Here in Ferelden, there's our compound in Denerim at the palace, but that's it. Loghain will have control over that and be watching it, no doubt. Beyond that, the only place I know of is Weishaupt Fortress. That's the headquarters of all Grey Wardens in the Anderfells, 1,000 miles from here. But I've no idea how to even contact them. So unless we try to get back to the compound in Denerim, I suppose the answer is no. There's nowhere for us to go.
Cool. So what happens now that there's just the two of us?
I imagine that eventually the Grey Wardens outside of Ferelden will wonder what's happened. Why there's no contact from Duncan or someone. They'll send someone eventually. Though who knows what Loghain's people in Denerim will tell them. Maybe they won't send anyone. We could try to contact them. But that would mean leaving Ferelden, and even if we did, they couldn't come back with us in time to stop the Blight. So that means whatever happens, it's up to us.
Do we need to start rebuilding the Order?
I mean, eventually we would have to use the joining to make more Grey Wardens, right? But I don't know how to do the joining, or what's involved. I know it involves lyrium and some other magic, and that it's really difficult to prepare, but that's it. Unless we can find out more about the joining, I guess we better get used to the idea that there might only be 2 of us for now. Until more come from elsewhere.
Yeah, Huthor. In fact, I've been wanting it for the better part of, like, what is it now, 14 years, something like that? So, I once again want to give praise to the game. The scenario they've constructed is actually pretty tight. There are a few holes here and there, but for the most part, this matches. we are very cut off from from the support network that should exist for us. We are still special and capable of doing something about this. We know there's an issue, and we are motivated to do something about it. And yet, everyone else is kind of dealing with other things, and a lot of that has to do with internalized bickering and the fact that most people don't believe that the situation is as serious as it is. It works. It works pretty well. And, of course, because of Logain's issues, and because of the fact that Duncan was kind of here by himself, and the fact that the only Grey Wardens they actually sent, who we'll meet later, have already been captured, well, there's a pretty good chance that eventually the Wardens will be like, all right, enough. But that would have been a while from now, and Ferelden would have been paced by then. So what happens if we just leave?
Just left? You mean just left Ferelden?
Yeah.
I don't know. If there's an archdemon, however, we're supposed to be the only ones who can defeat it. And that means the blight would grow unchecked. Eventually, other Grey Wardens in Orlais and other lands would hear about it, and they would come to fight it, but they wouldn't come in time to save Ferelden. There's no way. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, like I said, Ferelden is what we're trying to save here, as weird as that may sound.
About the Grey Wardens, anyhow. Fair enough. What do you need? Ask away.
So, how'd you become a Grey Warden?
Same way you did. You drink some blood, you choke on it, and pass out. You haven't forgotten already, have you?
Very funny. If you don't want to answer, then just say so.
I never meant it that way. Don't be like that. Let's see. I was in the Chantry before. I trained for many years to become a Templar, in fact. That's where I learned most of my skills.
You don't really strike me as the religious sort, which is funny, because actually, no, he totally does strike me as the religious sort.
You're telling me I was banished to the kitchens to scour the pots more times than I can count. And that's a lot. I can count pretty high. The Grand Cleric didn't want to let me go. Duncan was forced to conscript me, actually, and was she ever furious when he did. I thought she was going to have us both arrested. I was lucky.
Do you think Duncan took pity?
I don't know. Maybe. When he came looking for recruits, I just remember praying fervently to the Maker that he would pick me. I'll always be thankful to Duncan for recruiting me. If it hadn't been for him, you know, I wouldn't have.
I'm sorry.
No, it's... I'm sorry. I shouldn't be... It's fine. He died a hero. They all did. Come on, let's go. I think I'm done talking.
Yes.
What were you doing in the cage?
Sitting, as you observed.
Not what I meant.
It's what you asked.
Are you going to answer my question?
I did. Parshera, was there anything else?
No, I'm good.
As you wish.
I mean, considering that it takes a little under a year for Ferelden to, you know, be at a point where it would get overwhelmed by the darkspawn. I mean, they're causing some issues by the end of this game. I'm pretty sure that even though the other wardens would absolutely get involved and absolutely try to start dealing with the situation, they wouldn't get here in time to save the country. Now, go ahead and insert the joke here of, the world would be better off for Ferelden. That's fine, but you get the point.
What do you wish of me?
So...
We're in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any.
Why are you still here?
I am here because Flemeth commanded me to aid you. Why? Do you wish me to leave? I can do so if you prefer.
No, that's not what I wanted. But do you want to leave?
If I wanted to leave, then I would go. I remain, so do not ask such pointless questions.
Okay. I was just checking.
Yes?
I was just hoping to chat.
Well, here I am.
Yeah, that was a -10 for that, by the way. So this vision of yours...
I knew this would come up sooner or later. I don't know how to explain, but I had a dream. In it, there was an impenetrable darkness. It was so dense, so real. And there was a noise, a terrible, ungodly noise. I stood on a peak. and watched as the darkness consumed everything. And when the storm swallowed the last of the sun's light, I fell, and the darkness drew me in.
What then?
When I woke, I went to the Chantry's gardens, as I always do. But that day, the rosebush in the corner had flowered. Everyone knew that bush was dead. It was grey and twisted and gnarled, the ugliest thing you ever saw. But there it was, a single beautiful rose. It was as though the Maker stretched out his hand to say, even in the midst of this darkness, there is hope and beauty. Have faith.
I think Hal would be stupid enough to make a move against Honora, despite the fact that it would bring the wrath of Logain on him, Trihexia. So, this made you want to help me.
In my dream, I fell, or maybe I jumped. I'd do anything to stop the blight. I know that we can do it. There are so many good things in the Maker's world. How can I sit by while the blight devours everything?
I honestly couldn't sit by either.
That is why you're a Grey Warden. Come, there's a blight to stop.
Oh, alright, if you insist. Anyway, we have to profess our undying loyalty and love for Leliana really quick here.
I see it found some augmentation crystals. I was not even aware it knew about them. Well done. So, what does it think? They don't make me look any wider, do they? I find I'm already too wide as it is.
I think they look pretty.
They are, aren't they? I so adore them. I think it should find some more as soon as possible. I want to glitter from ear to ear, so to speak.
I mean, considering what happens if you bring Leliana... +6! If you bring Leliana to the Grail quest, I've always been rather firmly of the opinion that she either didn't have that dream, or the vision at all, in other words, she's completely making it up, or she had a dream, and she's being a bard about it. This is pure supposition. I would say that Leliana is someone who, especially after the events of her life and leading up to and concluding with Leliana's song, is someone who is doesn't have a real purpose in existing or living. Now, she thought she found it in the Chantry, but it is my opinion that she didn't. She decided to go ahead, join the Chantry, serve there. And remember, that was a couple years before the events of this game, or about a year and a half, more accurately. So she's there, and she's cool, and it just didn't work for her. For whatever reason. Maybe she didn't find it satisfying, maybe she didn't find it meaningful, but either way, it was not her purpose. Then she sees us, and she leaps on this thing. She just jumps for it. But it can't just be like she wants to do something. There has to be something about it. There has to be something significant. She wants that purpose. And so I think she probably deliberately kind of convinced herself that this was some big thing. That she was on a divine mission from the Maker himself, and that's her purpose. And, well, here we are. That's my take on that. Did I ever at any point think the Maker was actually sending her visions? No. But then again, I have never at any point thought the Maker was actually real.
Are you sure I can't interest you in this hat? A pair of earrings, perhaps? A cheese knife?
So what's your story?
I suppose since you told me about you being a Grey Warden, it's only fitting for me to be as open. I am originally from Orzammar, the famed dwarven city that lies beneath the stately Frostback Mountains. I was a merchant there, too. Merchant caste. These things are in the blood, you know. You can't just leave them behind. I ran a fairly successful business. Rare artifacts, you know. Old things, grand things. The nobles loved them. Reminded them of the lost glory days, I suppose.
Oh, and yeah, sorry, I should add an asterisk to that. It's been posited many times, including both times we've streamed this, that the Maker might just be a particularly powerful spirit, or a spirit in general. But not the Maker, right? I'm sorry. Lost Glory?
Our kingdoms once spanned the length of Thados, from majestic Orzammar to Kalsharok to glittering Darmalin far to the west. They say the gold and silver veins ran so thick through the stone of Darmalin that the entire city sparkled. The darkspawn took it all, of course. One by one, the old tigers fell, and then all that was left was Orzammar. But we were talking about how I ended up here, weren't we? One day, a noble woman came to my store. She looked around for a bit and then started shrieking in dismay. Apparently, she believed that a pair of braces I had for sale once belonged to her brother. He'd been lost in a cave-in, you see, while on an expedition to clear out the darkspawn from one of the tunnels running close to the city. They were made specially for him. They're unique, she shrieked. He stole them from my poor brother's corpse. She had me arrested on the spot, of course. Nobles, they're touchy like that.
Did you steal them?
Well, I didn't steal them. You see, I'd been paying these castless thugs to venture out into the deep roads for me. The lost tigers, they're full of things that people left behind. Sometimes you can find a treasure, something worth a little gold.
Isn't that stealing?
To the nobles it is. They believe everything in the tigers belongs to the house that once dwelled there, even if it's in ruins and they haven't seen it in generations. The noble woman, she wasn't too happy with the theft of her brother's braces. I don't know what they planned for me, and I didn't want to find out. Bribed the guard that was watching me and took off for the surface first opportunity I got. Never looked back.
Thank you for telling me.
You're quite welcome. Now, is there anything the boy or I can get you?
Where do these goods come from? Because they're not from the deep roads.
Look, we don't rob people, all right? We don't take things from people that need them. The things in the lost tigers, what good did they do lying there? I brought them back to Orzammar, where people could look at them and remember. It's not all that different up here. There are places long abandoned by the humans everywhere. Even more now with the darkspawn coming.
What do you mean?
People flee from the Blight with good reason, but they forget things. Things with value and meaning. They leave them behind because they're frightened and desperate. And sometimes, my boy and I, we find our way to these places before the Horde descends, and we save these things. I take them away so the darkspawn don't get them. Is that so bad? They destroy everything they touch.
I've heard several people find this to be repulsive behavior. I'm curious if anybody in chat does. For the record, I do not. Mostly because of the pragmatic side of things. But it is interesting to think about.
That's what I tell myself, too. Ah, these are dark times indeed. Dark times, my friend.
To be clear, I'm specifically referring to what he's doing now. I've never heard anybody say that they were upset about what he was doing then, back in Orzammar. You didn't mention your son.
Ah, yes. I'm married to a fine woman back in Denerim, it's true. She'd give me a son if she could, but that's not likely to ever be. Sandal here. I found him in the deep roads years ago. Abandoned, I think, and he was never quite right in the head. I took him in, and I brought him with me when I came here to the surface. He may not be my blood, true, but I think of him as one.
We left Orzammar.
That's right, boy. Maybe one day we'll see it again.
Generous of you. Blood isn't that important.
That's how I've always felt. As long as he's happy, so am I. It's not as if I don't benefit, mind you. Turns out the boy's a natural working with enchantments. He might have even been lyrium-addled. I never thought of that before, to be honest. Happens sometimes. He can work an enchantment into just about anything, however, given some time. Could probably open his own shop, if he knew how.
Enchantment.
Well, he does seem to enjoy it, at least.
The joke comes from the fact that Sandal is kind of a joke character, and so there are a couple circumstances, and I'm sure chat will point it out if I don't, where he's in places that are very, very dangerous, that he has no right to be there. And he's just fine. He's just cool. He's just like, yeah, no, what's up? Dead darkspawn all around him. He's just like, hi. Enchantment? So clearly he's the maker.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
That's what I assume, Lothario, although to my knowledge we do not know the full truth of that. Hey, it's a stick. Oh, yeah. Right. I should talk about this. First of all, let's buy the backpack, first and foremost. There's also manuals to become a ranger and a templar. So, there's the thoughtful gift, and then there's the lump of charcoals. There's also individual gifts specifically designed to just give to someone. This isn't cheating. This is the game developers saying, yeah, the approval system's kind of borked. Here's a workaround. These are here if you want to crank someone's rep all the way to the top or all the way to the bottom. And it's usually pretty obvious which one is which. You know, the rare Antivan brandy. Sure. Oh, the pet rock. Yeah, okay. Beard flask. Uh-huh. Yeah, the butterfly sword. That's a funny one. Scented soap. The chastity belt. You get it. So that's what these are here for, and that's why they're here. There's no cheating. This is just a DLC they came out with, which again, everybody had. What's the advantage of lowering approval? So it how party members react and what options you get depends on their approval. Obviously, that's primarily on the upper side of things, but there are some circumstances where you might actually want to lower your approval, either to get a different reaction from someone or to get them out of the party. Now, whether you like, I don't know why you'd really want to do that. That's up to you. But if for whatever reason you do want to lower it and you want to get someone out of your party, lowering their approval is the way to do that. It'll also let you kill several of your own party members. So that's another benefit. As I've said many times, Dragon Age Origins was designed to be a standalone game, which means there's actually a lot of stuff you can do that most players will never even know, because the game was designed to be really, really open-ended, relative for a video game. Yeah, you can also lower their approval to the point where they will never be a romance option. It's another thing people do. Maybe you just want to see all the content that's there. You get it. So that's why there's an option to go up and also to go down. We have more inventory slots. Yay! One additional inventory slot thing. Yay. Is that everyone? That's everyone. Let me jot down some thoughts really quick here. That's why. Nope. Yeah, the two Ostagar backpacks are the ones that most people I know miss the most often. There's at least one in Denham I know of, and I know there's one in Orzammar, and I forget what the other ones are. I don't remember if gifts exist in Dragon Age 2. Then again, Dragon Age 2 system is different, and I continue to hold off talking about it until we're actually there. Yeah, the Dalish has one too, yeah. That's correct. I think it is. I shouldn't say it like that. Either way, we're well into my lunch break, and I have a sore throat, so I'm going to go rest my throat for about an hour. I will see you guys after the break.